Chapter 1248. In the vast void, a faint silver-white light appeared in everyone's sight. It was so faint that it was difficult not to notice it. In that silver-white light, a figure in a snow-white robe slowly appeared. His long black hair hung loosely behind him like a hanging screen. The weak energy fluctuations caused it to sway constantly, coupled with that cold smile and that cold expression. He looked like a demon that had crawled out of hell. Everyone who saw him trembled with fear. Boom! Bang! Lord Hui, the void is distorting. If this energy conflict continues, it might blow up the entire void. A heavenly god of origin hurriedly said. Hui, who was still in a daze, came back to his senses. Yun Nuashing also turned his head and looked at the pillar of black energy light with a cold expression. Phone! Hui waved his hand vigorously. Yun Nuashing looked at him and nodded. His figure flickered and appeared in front of Hui. Seeing Hui's serious expression, he could not help but ask coldly, "Who are these people?" "It's a long story. We don't know either." Hui smiled bitterly and shook his head. The star-crown barrier could still hold on for a while. He gritted his teeth and diverted some of his attention. "Why are you here? Have you recovered?" "Barely. Realm of the gods. Our temple was blown up." Yun Nuashing sighed and shrugged. What he said made everyone's hair stand on end. The guardian temple was blown up. "There, it's this energy that you see in front of you. I was resting well when a sudden energy fell from the sky. I almost died." Yun Nuashing spread his hands and looked helpless. His face was still a little pale. Clearly, this so-called, barely, recovery was really just a little bit. Speaking of which, where was the little angel that was always by his side? Yes, she must have fused with his power. He saw it with his own eyes last time. The pressure on his hand suddenly increased, and Hui came back to his senses. He quickly gathered the energy in the void and increased the defensive power of the star-crown barrier by a large margin. He gathered all the energy in front of the barrier. For this reason, he even gave up the defense of other parts of the barrier. However, looking at the enemy who was ready to attack and did not come close, it seemed that they were also afraid of this degree of energy turbulence and did not rush to die in vain. Hui gritted his teeth and hurriedly said to Yun Nuashing, "We don't know the details. Phone, come and help me. Can you move now?" As soon as he finished speaking, he remembered that Yun Nuashing was seriously injured. He looked at her worriedly. She was suddenly attacked while she was resting. Although she seemed to be unharmed, she might have suffered some minor injuries. "If I move around a little." Yun Nuashing sighed. She clenched her fists and frowned slightly. "If it's just for a while, I'll probably be fine. It wasn't easy for me to recover to this extent. As long as it's not too intense, I won't be affected." Hui hesitated for a moment. His mind was spinning rapidly. However, when he felt the increasing pressure outside, he could not help but quickly say, "All right, Phone, can you take care of all the enemies outside? With your power, a single large-scale energy attack should be enough. They're much more fragile than they look. That is, the strength of the energy is a bit abnormal. It is between the level of a heavenly god and a high-level origin." Yun Nuashing opened her mouth. She could not help but laugh bitterly. "You want me to lie on the bed again, don't you?" Her eyes suddenly focused. She raised her right hand and faced the outside of the barrier. A gigantic magic circle that was millions of feet long abruptly appeared. It had a cold, icy blue hue, mysterious patterns that could not be understood at all, and surging energy that left countless people dumbfounded. In the void, another giant pillar of energy suddenly appeared like a phantom, tearing a huge crack in the void. The distortion and chaos of the void were all shattered, and the chaotic energy of the void rushed towards the star-crown barrier with a degree of chaos comparable to the power of divine destruction. Hui was shocked. Just as he was about to mobilize the defense of the star-crown barrier to block the two energy blasts, A few energy rings engraved with divine runes suddenly appeared in the center of the icy blue magic circle. The energy pillar that came with a roar and chaotic energy arrived unexpectedly in the next second. The gigantic energy pillar crashed into the center of the magic circle, and the energy rings as if it had a substantial weight, pushing them back thousands of meters. Then the magic circle shifted direction with a wave of Yun Nuoxing's hand. The center of the magic circle changed direction. The energy pillar that was suppressing the magic circle was reflected out like a beam of light. It just happened to hit the exit of another black energy pillar in the void. The two equally chaotic and homologous energies collided. They thought that they would fuse into a ball. However, they did not expect that at the place where the two energies met, an energy wave that made Huey's expression tremble slightly suddenly burst out. A moment later, a crazy energy that destroyed the balance of the void suddenly burst out like a star exploding. The energy that burst out in 1 or 2 seconds was so bright that it seemed to ignite the void. Chaos. Yun Nuoxing could not help but murmur. This energy was so chaotic that it made people's hearts palpitate. The energy that burst out in an instant was indeed comparable to the power of God's destruction, or even better. He did not know what kind of thing that made people's hearts palpitate was fused into that energy. In any case, it could not be anything good. As mentioned before, the chaotic energy had fused with the remnant energy of the destruction of hundreds of worlds. It had forcefully rubbed those remnant law fragments and order fragments together like trash. The mutually repelling and opposing laws were probably the reason why that strange energy became abnormally chaotic and violent, one of them. It was probably one of the reasons. He seemed to have seen something hidden in that energy. It was deep, incomparably dark. The violent energy shock lasted for a few minutes. Everyone only felt that the void was trembling so much that it was about to shatter. When the energy was over and they looked at that place again, they saw a void that looked like shattered porcelain. It was tattered, and many places had shattered into powder. The void at the edge of the crack was constantly peeling off and falling into the void. It was completely devoured by the true nothing there. Everything seemed to be left. Nothing would be left. Yun Nuoxing narrowed his eyes slightly. He stretched out his hand and casually waved it. He caught something drifting in the void and chuckled in a low voice. Now he felt that he should have caught the second reason. However, he would talk about this later. Right now. There's nothing else to do now. The void became abnormally quiet. In the explosion of the energy torrent, the enemies hiding in the dark seemed to know that today's battle was over. They had no choice but to give up on this difficult bone to chew. When the energy torrent exploded, they quietly left the scene. No one paid special attention to them. When they came back to their senses, everything was over. It ended quietly, just like a war that suddenly began. No one knew when the curtains had come to an end. The time node was still normal. The area around the barrier was very well preserved. Other than that area, many elements in other areas were already in tatters. Whether it was the timeline or the layer of laws, they were all cleaned up together with the collapse of the void. There was such a huge hole in the void. Many ferocious cracks at the edge spread out like tree roots. The void had blown away all the strange gases that formed it. It seemed that the explosion just now was much bigger than what they had imagined and seen with their own eyes. He was now sitting on the ground and panting slowly. As he slowly recovered, he kept glancing at the golden time node. He had breathed a sigh of relief several times. It was a fierce battle. Fortunately, there was no problem with the time node. At least he did not come here in vain. If the time node is blown up, the sea of time in this space will not calm down for a long time. We need to find a stable and suitable place to reset it. Now that time is tight, where can we find so many suitable spots for us to choose? It's not that easy to find a place that fits that big net closely. Seeing that his old partner was also glancing at the time node, Hui grinned and took the initiative to tell him about what happened today and what happened when the former was resting. Yun Nuashing just looked at him, listened, and then nodded. He did not say anything else, which surprised Hui a little. Buzz! The void flickered with light again, and figures emerged from the dark space. They cupped their hands and saluted Hui and Yun Nuashing. Then some of them went towards the time node, while the others guarded the surroundings and took the initiative to set up an energy barrier. It seemed that the sneak attack just now had made them a little nervous. Now they were taking the initiative to guard against things that might appear in the void. Lord Hui, the situation after the war has been calculated. The great monarch of the Green Clan walked over with his hands on his hips, shrugged at Yun Nuashing, and said, "We didn't lose any people, but there were a lot of injured people. When we went to chase them, we couldn't follow them to the enemy's territory. We withdrew with a few injured people. It's a good result, but the time node, the sea of time in this place is more or less affected. I know the result. Since I didn't ask you to stop or do anything else, just continue what you did before. Set up the time node and rest for a while. When everyone recovers, we will continue to the next." Hui said softly. Suddenly, he looked serious and slowly sat up straight. He said seriously, "Wait, you take a few people who are in good condition to the place where we're going to set up the time node to see the situation." The great monarch of the Green Clan looked serious. After being reminded, he also thought of what might happen next. He hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "Lord Hui, if you find something, stop us." Hui put his hand in front of his eyes coldly, showing a trace of coldness. Then he said, "You have to estimate the fighting strength of the enemy and us first. You always act recklessly. Remember not to act recklessly this time. I will let I Ching go with you. Now take a rest." The great monarch of the Green Clan stuck out his tongue, laughed, and scratched his head. In front of the guardian, he didn't dare to say anything more. "What? Is there a problem inside? Did you not discuss it well, or what?" Yun Nuashing looked up at them. Looking at the back of the great monarch of the Green Clan, she couldn't help but frown. "Ah, maybe there is a small problem." Hui helplessly spread out his left hand. "They know our destination, know our purpose, and come for our purpose. I really can't think of any other possibility except that they are the doing of an insider. They're not the abyssal death mist, but they have similar characteristics. In this void, there are more than one or two people, or even one or two clans who can come in contact with and study the abyssal death mist." Yun Nuashing whispered and smiled strangely. Hui bitterly smiled. Of course he knew this. Because he knew it, he felt a headache. He shook his head and looked at Yun Nuashing. "By the way, why did you suddenly come here? Didn't I tell you to have a good rest?" The temple was blown up. Yun Nuashing took a deep breath and rolled her eyes. "How do you expect me to rest?" I looked at the big hole in a daze. "Soon we will be surrounded by people. I wanted to tell you about it, so I came here. Who knew that I would encounter those noisy guys as soon as I arrived?" Uffed! Hui looked at Yun Nuashing's bitter face and could not help but laugh. "If that's the case, we really have to thank them. If they did not alert you, we would have to spend more effort on this trip. Blame it on their bad luck." Yun Nuashing waved her hand unhappily and turned around. "Then I'll go back first. Yawn. I'm so tired. You guys be careful. When you are ready, let me know. I will also make some preparations. The resonance of the timeline is really big. It's not peaceful. Well, we have to change our place temporarily. No one can live in that place now." Seeing Yun Nuashing's tired face, Hui sighed and waved at him. Just as he was about to pull himself together and deal with the matter at hand, Yun Nuashing, who had disappeared halfway, paused and turned back. "By the way, you should find some time to go back to the Void front line and have a look. I Ching seems to be looking for you. What's the matter?" Hui was stunned for a moment and replied casually, "Oh, but we were supposed to go back and rest for a while. The other batch of people is not here. They have already left." He looked at the empty void. Yun Nuashing seemed to have just finished talking and left. Yun Nuashing did not even listen to his reply. He could not help but shake his head and frown. I Ching was looking for him. Speaking of which, he felt a little strange. He did not have the time to ask. If Feng wanted to talk to him, he could have just used soul communication. Why did he have to come all the way here? Well, he must have felt that something was wrong. After all, it's Feng. Maybe he figured it out the moment he was attacked. He guessed something and came over. Hui punched his palm and nodded vigorously. That's right, that's it. As expected of Feng. In the realm of the gods, in the endless mountains between the Source Peak region and the Ultimate Plain region, there was a place surrounded by mountains that was not so steep. A third of the way to the top of the mountain peak had disappeared into thin air as if it had been cut by a knife. The cross-section was so smooth that it could almost reflect the sunlight. At the top of the mountain, where the mountain peak had disappeared, there was a stone platform that leaned against the mountain. It was covered with lush trees. On the mountain wall, there was a stream that was only 3 to 4 meters wide, seeping out of the stone wall and flowing along the mountain wall to the stone platform that was dozens of meters high. At the bottom, it formed a small lake that was less than 10 meters wide and continued to flow forward towards the foot of the mountain that was more than 1,000 meters high. Next to the small lake, on a small hill that was 3 to 4 meters high from the ground, there was a building that was 3 meters high. It looked like it was made of glass and some kind of golden metal. When the sunlight shone down, it reflected the color of colored glass. It was somewhat luxurious, but the exterior decoration was actually simple and unadorned. Outside the building that looked like a church, but also like an ordinary pavilion, there was a flash of light and Yun Nuashing's figure appeared in front of the door. He turned around and looked at the lake that was faintly glowing under the sunlight, then looked at the azure sky. He stretched his body and walked towards the building. As he walked, his figure changed. A pair of pure white wings, with a wingspan of 4 to 5 meters, gradually appeared on his back. His long black hair turned silver white, and his tall body became slightly shorter. His white robe also slowly turned silver white with gold lining. There was also a pair of small wings in front of his chest that seemed to be an ornament, swaying with the breeze as he walked. Well, it seemed that the one who went into the depths of the void alone wasn't Yun Nuashing's original body. He didn't expect that even Hui couldn't recognize him. It could only be said that his transformation was too realistic. The little angel slowly pushed the door open. There was nothing special in the building. Only a few rows of bookshelves, the bookshelves that were rescued before the Guardian Temple was destroyed, and a pile of ancient books. Other than that, there was a bed leaning against the bookshelves. On the bed, Yun Nuashing was leaning lazily against the back of the bed, half lying and half sitting. A large pile of books was spread out within his reach without moving his body. He was holding an open ancient book in his hand and casually flipping through it. Looking at his eyes, no one knew where his mind had drifted. You're awake? When did you wake up? Seeing him sit up, the little angel was slightly stunned. She walked up with a faint smile, tidied up the books that were casually thrown to the side, and sat by the bed to look at him. Oh! Yun Nuashing's face was still pale and he looked listless. His eyelids trembled as if he would fall down at any time. I just woke up not long ago. I was almost awake when the explosion happened. I woke up. Yun Nuashing let out a long yawn, and his body slid down like liquid. Seeing this, the little angel pulled the blanket over him and placed her hand on his forehead. You're still very weak. Why don't you rest a little more? Yun Nuashing was confused and shook his head. How's the depths of the void? His expression changed slightly, and he stuck out his tongue. Knowing that he couldn't hide it from him, he told him everything. Hui and the others seemed to have encountered a little trouble. There's a little problem when they're setting up the time node. It said everything in one go. Yun Nuashing listened, but his expression did not change at all. However, looking at his eyes, it seemed that his mind had drifted even further away. After a long time, when the little angel finished speaking for a few minutes, he slowly closed his eyes and said, "The thing that drives the roulette of the world is the word benefit. From the mortals to the gods, no one can escape from the entanglement of this word." He took a deep breath. Not everyone is the same as we and I. Moreover, we weren't involved at that time because it wasn't the right time to be involved. However, it was far from now. Someone in the void had touched the death fog of the abyss. It's normal to use it for something. If we want to think of the worst, this is probably part of the meaning of the underworld. Strong power is enough to lead some people astray and take risks, just like the temptation of the devil. Yun Nuashing stretched out his hand and scratched the wings that he put over. He said, "This is good too. It allows Hui to be vigilant in advance and be on guard against some major events that will only happen in the future. Although the time node is good, it's not the best method. At present, we don't have the time to implement the so-called best method, nor do we have the conditions to do so. Let him be. The resonance of the time axis still needs to recover some strength." Yun Nuashing sat up abruptly and shouted, "Why do I suddenly feel so bored lying down?" The little angel was speechless. It seemed that the soul of this era had been overused and Fengling's instincts had been suppressed. Now, it was the consciousness of Quarter Moon and Yun Nuashing, who couldn't get down, that was working diligently here. A guy who liked to jump up and down. Seeing that he sat up abruptly and his body went limp, the little angel shook his head helplessly. He gently pressed him back on the bed with both hands and covered him with the quilt. He said softly, "Be good and rest. There will always be something for you to do." I thought of something. When you see this thing, you may be busy for a while. Although you can't get out of bed and run around, you can still let your imagination run wild. As the little angel spoke, Yun Nuashing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He took out a crystal clear bottle and gently uncorked the bottle. The bottle opened and poured out a round red crystal about the size of a thumb. Yun Nuashing's eyes focused. He sat up again, but he was short of breath and was about to collapse again. Seeing this, the little angel quickly supported him to lean against his chest and handed the crystal to him. "This is a drop of blood, right?" In its initial state, it was indeed a drop of blood. I saw that it was showing signs of collapsing after being separated from the mixed energy, so I solidified it. He nodded and frowned slightly. "It's a little uneasy." Yun Nuashing's eyes stared at the round red crystal. Its power had completely dissipated. Even if he solidified it, there was still a part that could not be stopped from disappearing. The remaining part, the little bit of aura and power, made Yun Nuashing's expression become more and more serious until it became extremely solemn. "This thing, where did you find it?" The little angel explained the energy. The chaos in the black energy beam was not only caused by the fusion of the power of hundreds of shattered worlds, but also because of this drop of blood. That was the second reason. Yun Nuashing was silent. For a moment he didn't speak. Even his pale face couldn't hide the look on his face. He couldn't help but be silent when he saw this. He didn't know what terrible thing he thought of. Chapter 1249. It was crystal clear like a red glass bead. As the light shone on it, it reflected a faint scarlet light. The faint light fell on the wall, but it looked a little evil. "Do you know what this blood is?" Yun Nuashing's expression was solemn. He kept shaking the red bead in his hand and said in a deep voice. The little angel shook its head. Its understanding of the world of order all came from his memory, and it did not see much of it. Therefore, it did not know much. It just felt that the smell of the blood was too strange, so it brought it back. Now that it saw his solemn expression, it could not help but gulp. "What is it? Does it have a lot to do with it?" "You don't know?" Yun Nuashing turned to look at it and frowned. The little angel nodded nervously. "Then it's difficult." Yun Nuashing sighed and suddenly said, "Because I don't know what it is either." It looked at him blankly. Its eyes were full of "you're kidding me" expressions. It was almost stunned. So he could also put on a serious expression as if the end of the world was coming. Seeing the silly expression on its face, Yun Nuashing could not help but laugh. He waved his hand and said, "All right, I won't tease you. First of all, I really don't know what kind of blood this thing is. I don't even know if it's blood. Moreover, it's not that I don't understand this thing at all. I'm afraid it's not something from the life of order." It took less than half a second for him to change from a cheeky smile to a serious expression. It looked like he changed his face faster than flipping the pages of a book. This was not only applicable to women, it was also applicable to this guy who looked like a girl. If it's not a life of order, then it's a life from the world of order? The chaotic life form that you mentioned in your memory? It shook its head to get rid of those messy thoughts and followed his train of thought. That's not entirely true. Chaotic life forms don't exist in this world. And if there is a definition for such life forms, it would probably refer to a life form that has been corrupted and distorted by the power of divine death. That's right, it's me, the future me, who is still an ordinary human deity. Yun Nuashing pointed at herself and continued, "The non-order life form that you mentioned can be understood so simply. Even in my memory, I can't find a suitable explanation. So this is the only explanation. Let's consider it as a life form born in a non-order world, a world filled with chaos energy. A life form born in such a world would naturally possess the blood that was branded by chaos. This explanation seems reasonable. I've seen some so-called non-orderly worlds, which are worlds surrounded by chaos. However, those worlds didn't give birth to any so-called life forms." Yun Nuashing murmured as if she was talking to herself. "The life forms that you're talking about are those that have normal sentience and life, right?" It suddenly said, "Yes, that's right." Yun Nuashing looked at her and nodded. "Non-order life forms are naturally different from the life that we understand. Why can't they be some truly chaotic life forms that have no sentience, no rationality, and no ability to communicate with them? Yet they are definitely alive. For example, those that are derived from the abyssal death shroud. That's just an example. If you want to count, they should be considered as a type of energy life form." Her words had enlightened Yun Nuashing. She could not help but nod. Seeing that he did not say anything, the little angel thought for a moment and continued, "A world that has studied the abyssal death shroud must not be too far away from it and filled with chaotic life forms." Seeing that it was probably not going to get any results, even if it was racking its brains, Yun Nuashing shrugged helplessly. "There's no need to think about it. Right now, the void is filled with the abyssal death shroud. It's everywhere in the upper, middle, and lower planes. And those places that have been destroyed by the abyssal death shroud, with the distortion of the power of divine destruction, the nature of the void and the land of nothingness must have changed as well. If there was a miracle that a world was born in those places, it would definitely be very different from normal worlds. You see, if that's the case, the void is filled with such conditions. The person or force that could study something that looks like an army of darkness might not necessarily be a life form born from some chaotic world. Then there's nothing we can do. We have no clue at all." It sighed in frustration and shook its head. There was some gloom and resentment written all over its face, which made Yun Nuashing a little curious. "What's wrong? You're so angry. Do you want to find the person behind this and beat him up?" "I'm in a good mood, but my face is covered in mud for no reason. If it was anyone else, they wouldn't be happy either." It pouted and muttered. Yun Nuashing slowly leaned back against the back of the bed, found a comfortable sitting position, and lazily lay down. He casually flipped through the book and found that he was not in the mood to read these things. Originally, he was not in the mood to read these things. The person who wrote these things might not necessarily have a deeper understanding of the things described in the book than he did. Flipping through the book was just to help him sleep. But this time when he woke up, it seemed that he really could not fall asleep so easily. He looked at the red crystal that was placed on the quilt and rolled around in the pit, and for a moment he fell silent. The range of the void seal was increasing day by day, but compared to the entire upper plane, the middle plane, and the entire void, the range that they touched was still too small. The underworld's speed was definitely much faster than theirs. This was already an annoying thing to begin with. Now, there was another thing that was most likely a mole that was slowing them down. It was ridiculous when he thought about it. Moreover, the abyssal death mist, he felt that the incident in Yondan realm was not a simple example. Perhaps there were other places that had been infiltrated by the abyssal death mist within the range of the void seal. However, it would take a lot of effort to investigate them one by one. The void was so vast that one could not find the end. Even if one were to search within the range of the void seal, one would accidentally fall out of the range. After all, it was only the void domain that was currently known. Moving in the void relied on some kind of method that was close to the rules of the void. It was not as simple as moving in the normal way. One would also get lost while walking in his own territory. The little angel tidied up the books on the bed. Seeing that Yun Nuashing was lost in thought, she also thought of some complicated things. After a while, she could not help but shake her head. She pressed down on Yun Nuashing's shoulder and asked him to lie down again. Don't think about other things now. You should rest and recover first. Hui is making preparations. If you have not recovered by the time they are done with their preparations, you will have wasted some time in vain. Yun Nuashing regained his senses and could not help but roll his eyes. Although he wanted to lie down obediently, but he could not lie down no matter what. With his current temperament, it would be a miracle if he could lie down for half a day without moving. Unless he fainted, it would be impossible for him to lie down obediently and wait for his recovery. The little angel looked at him with a faint smile and made a knife hand gesture with her lily-white hand. Do you need me to help you sleep physically? Forget it. Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly and lay down obediently. He could not help but mutter, I don't even understand the current situation. It's so bad that it makes my scalp tingle. I just want to turn the situation around a little bit. That's why you should rest well. She looked at him throwing a tantrum and could not help but let out a long sigh. As one of the most powerful people in the world of order, once you fall, the enemy will really have a chance to take advantage of you. You see, you did not participate in such a big thing like setting up the time node. The void was attacked and delayed for a long time. If you were there from the beginning, the situation might not be so bad. Yun Nuashing's face flashed with a touch of embarrassment. If he insisted on it, it was indeed his fault, and he could not get rid of it. He had already understood the situation. If he was there when Hui and the others were setting up the time node, there would not be a need for the others to divide their strength to fight a hard battle. He alone would be enough to clean up all the small fries and crabs. The problem was that he was not there. While the others were fighting in the depths of the void, he was still heavily injured and in a deep sleep. Seeing the worried and unnatural look on his face, the little angel couldn't help but sigh inwardly. If only he could reflect on himself. Unfortunately, these words would only keep him honest for a short period of time. Once the scars this time disappeared, he would probably put aside everything that had happened during this period of time and ignore it. Why don't I? You should just lie down and don't move. I can still handle the tedious things in the void for the time being. A valiant voice rang in the building, causing Yun Nuashing to swallow her words. She looked at the door with a little resentment. The space was slightly distorted, and a figure was teleporting in from the door. The first thing that appeared was the upper body, and then the full body appeared. It was the Lord Guardian of the realm of the gods. Hui grinned at the two people and walked to the side of the bed to look down at Yun Nuashing. He said, I heard that you wanted to do something the moment I came back, right? What's wrong? You're injured. Aren't you going to behave? Yun Nuashing turned her head away gloomily. It was unknown whether she was denying it or admitting it, but the two people did not know whether to laugh or cry. The situation in the void is a little bad, but it's not so bad that you have to drag your half-dead body to help. Hui thought for a moment and shrugged. I never thought that there would be a mole in the world of order, but it's fine. The sooner you jump out, the sooner you can get rid of it. Before they bite down on the main artery, it's better to remove the thorn. How's the time node? Yun Nuashing asked softly. I've barely completed 1/3 of it, and... We glanced at Yun Nuashing, who was lying on the bed half dead, and then looked at the silver-haired little angel with drooping eyelids. He grinned. After your little angel came to help, there's nothing left to do. The little angel shrank her head. She finally reacted. But anyone who saw Yun Nuashing jumping around in the depths of the void and then coming back here to curl up into a ball would be suspicious. What's this? What a chaotic residual energy. Where did you find it? Huey's gaze fell on the red crystal that was casually thrown on the bed. He picked it up with 2 fingers and looked at it. His expression became very serious. The little angel. And Yun Nuashing repeated the topic that they had just talked about. Huey's expression became even more serious. He nodded seriously. Actually, I already know. I've already asked I Ching to look for it. That kid is very efficient. I think it won't take long for him to get the answer. Yun Nuashing and the little angel widened their eyes and said in unison, Why are you surprised when you already know? Seeing the two's devouring gaze, Hui jumped up and waved his hand awkwardly. Isn't it because of the atmosphere? Yun Nuashing took a deep breath and shook her head as if she was looking for something. The little angel seemed to know what he was looking for. She dug out a brick made of divine power and glass from the corner of the bookshelf and handed it to him obediently. Ahem. Okay, I'll stop fooling around. Before Yun Nuashing was about to throw the brick, Hui smiled bitterly and waved his hand. I know a little, but it's not as far as you think. After the time point was set up, we secretly investigated and looked for the person who might be the mole. Guess what the result was? No result. We couldn't find the person. Yun Nuashing threw the brick aside and said lightly, how did you know? This time, Hui scratched his head awkwardly. He casually sat on the edge of the bed with his back facing Yun Nuashing and said in a rather relaxed tone, We couldn't find the mole. Not even a trace. It's as if we didn't do anything wrong. We were acting, and we even collapsed 2 actors. Sigh, the other side is really calm. They didn't slip out or panic. That's a trick you use on mortals. Don't you think that the Empyrean God of Origin is a group of guys who have lived for so many years? Would they fall for such a trick? Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes at him. They might have watched the entire process. They might not show any reaction on the surface, but they're laughing in their hearts. I Ching. It softly muttered the name and looked up. Is it appropriate for you to order a young Empyrean God of Origin around like a little brother? That guy did it of his own accord. Earlier, when we were at the front line of the void, there were quite a few people who objected to it. Later on, when we said that we were acting in our own name, there weren't many who objected to it anymore. He was even very interested in coming up with a plan on the side. He seemed quite serious. And then we were tricked. Even now, we don't know who suggested the time point at that place, right? Yun Nuashing sighed. We were tricked. Hui hung his head dejectedly and unluckily admitted it. That's why I came back to relieve my boredom. Since we can't get busy over there for the time being, the second time point... we'll talk about it later. Yun Nuashing looked at his gloomy face and shook her head. They were probably secretly planning to rearrange things. If it was Huey's current state, there was a 70% chance that they would wait for him to recover a little before moving out with 4 or 5 people. As for the time points they had discussed before, they could not use them again. If they could be ambushed once, there would naturally be a second time. Hui went to the place where the Temple of the Guardians had been blown into a crater. He felt a headache as he looked at the land that had been contaminated by chaos energy. He wanted to deal with it, but there were many steps to take. He did not know where to start at the moment and sat beside the crater blankly for a long time before rolling up his sleeves and getting to work. Yun Nuashing continued to rest day after day. The Empyrean God of Origin did not need to rest like before. He meditated and cultivated, and his self-healing speed was the fastest. He did not need to activate anything at all. He only hated that the energy that created the world had come at the wrong time. 2 days earlier, he would still be in a state of deep sleep and would not be able to wake up. 2 days later, he would almost be able to move. He would not have to be like now, unable to sleep and being in a daze because it was too boring. In this small church pavilion, there were only 2 people, him and the little angel, facing each other in a daze for a long time. It was not until Yun Nuashing could not help but yawn and almost fall asleep that the 2 people reacted at the same time. The books on the bookshelf were tidied up and taken down by Yun Nuashing. He flipped through them and threw them aside. The little angel was quite patient. When he was done flipping through the books, he tidied them up and placed them back in their original positions. This cycle repeated countless times. In the end, the entire bookshelf of books changed positions. Even the little angel could not remember which book was placed where it was originally placed. After 2 days, Yun Nuashing's complexion recovered a little. He got out of bed and moved around for a while, living like an old man who had trouble walking. In fact, he was still unable to move around. His soul and divinity had not completely recovered. It seemed that he had recovered, but only his external injuries had healed. As for his internal injuries, they were still there. These could not be rushed. He could only slowly recuperate and recover. However, he really could not hold it in anymore. The little angel could not stand his coaxing and pestering, so she could only help him out of the house. "Yo, you seem to be in good spirits." As soon as he opened the door, he heard a hearty laugh. Hui stood by the small lake and waved at them with his right hand raised. Yun Nuashing originally wanted to come out for a breath of fresh air. When he saw that Hui was here, he walked over. "Ah, the Temple of Guardians is probably going to be moved. It feels a little stupid to put it back in its original position after being bombed." Hui looked at the lazy Yun Nuashing and said, "I just tidied up the destroyed land. You didn't see it. The chaotic energy that settled in the Black Land just condensed into a strange thing. It was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. It scared the mortals who were watching from afar. Strange thing? Yun Nuashing felt that something was wrong. What does it look like? Well, it's hard to say. It's very vague. Anyway, it doesn't look like a human. It's weird. Who knows what it is?" After Hui finished speaking, he saw that Yun Nuashing was silent. He rolled his eyes and said, "Do you think that the energy thing has something to do with that drop of blood?" Chaotic life form. If it's weird in appearance, it's not impossible. Yun Nuashing nodded. "I don't know what that drop of blood is in this core. Or is it a kind of auxiliary item? Or is it—" There were many answers, but he couldn't say. After all, he wasn't there that day. It was hard to say what that drop of blood was to that kind of attack and that kind of energy. As he thought about it, his thoughts deviated from his original position. Yun Nuashing suddenly thought of the matters of the primordial era, as well as his own original era. Then he thought of those noisy fellows beside him. Yun Nuashing saw that Yun Nuashing's expression was sometimes annoyed and sometimes smiled. There was some longing in his eyes. Hui was also a little stunned. He scratched his head and said, "Phone, look at this time. It's quite mature. Do you want me to tie you up and cough that?" The little angel rolled his eyes. Yun Nuashing's mood was suddenly pulled back. He began to look around for bricks. Hui didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Forget it. Let's not talk about this. I don't want to be beaten to death by you. There's something I want to show you." Hui threw a crystal into Yun Nuashing's hand. Yun Nuashing took it and opened it. A blurry figure appeared in front of him. It was a young man. It was I Ching. I Ching's image bowed to the person in front of him and repeated the recorded words. Time, reporting to Lord Hui. No matching worlds were found within the void blockade line and deep in the void of the lower plane. Now, we are continuing to expand the search area. Maybe we will come across the death mist of the abyss. After I Ching's image repeated the words, Yun Nuashing closed the crystal. You want I Ching to look for those worlds? A few days ago, he said that a world that was chaotic and bordered by the death mist of the abyss should be easy to find. But now it seemed that there was none. He didn't know if it was because he couldn't find it, or maybe it's a place that no one has set foot in deeper in the void. Those places that were destroyed a few, maybe even 10 eras ago. I think the possibility is very high. As expected of Foam, you have the same opinion as me. Hui smiled and kept the crystal that I Ching threw over. That's why, buddy. I'm waiting for you now. Seeing him blinking his eyes wildly at himself, Yun Nuoxing knew what he was thinking. He raised his hand and looked at his own condition. After thinking for a while, he lazily leaned into the arms of the little angel and said, "Have a safe journey. I won't see you out." Hui didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "You've changed. You're not the Feng I know. You wouldn't refuse me before." Yun Nuoxing rolled his eyes. "I've been taught a lesson. You'd better recuperate first. At least you have to ensure that you have enough strength to move before you go. If you want to wait for me, then wait for another 8 to 10 days. Taught a lesson? Huey's gaze became a little strange. He could not help but glance at the little angel, only to see it turn its head away guiltily. He immediately understood. TSK. Even Feng, who had no feelings for 10,000 years, could change and had been trained to such an extent? If you look at me like that again, I'll throw you into the void rift. Do you believe me? Yun Nuoxing looked at him with a half-smile. His expression was as wretched as it could be. Even without using a brain, one could tell what he was thinking. Ahem. I'm going to repair the temple. Don't worry about your body. Hui quickly jumped up and fled before a certain little monster could attack. Yun Nuoxing watched him run away and breathed a sigh of relief. He looked up at the sky and felt a little melancholy. The depths of the void. Chapter 1250. It was extremely difficult to find the world that met the criteria. There were countless worlds in the void, and they were destroyed all the time while new worlds were born constantly. There were so many of them that they were more numerous than the countless grains of sand in the desert. Although it was easy to think of the areas that met the criteria, there were just those places that were located in the depths of the void, where there were few people and where life was withering. Even if they really found the place where they existed, it would probably take a lot of time. Time. In the current situation, time was very important. When Yun Nuoxing thought of that, he suddenly realized something. He slapped himself on the head and almost fainted. Compared to catching the mole or whatever, it's better to get the business done as soon as possible. When Hui came to the platform of the mountain the next day, Yun Nuoxing threw such a sentence in his face. The former was puzzled. What? Bait. Yun Nuoxing rested his face on his palm and said softly, I don't care if you believe it or not, but I do. You can say that it's my intuition or some other special feeling. My current opinion is that we don't need to pay attention to the so-called traitor. No matter if there really is a traitor or not, the existence of people or forces with that kind of power is inevitable. Looking for them will waste a lot of time, and that time is enough to do a lot of things. At this point, we also understood. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. You think that the enemy deliberately exposed themselves to distract our attention or something. But if that's the case, that force must know your plan and your actions, whether you have said it or not. They even know what you are really going to do. Otherwise, why would they delay the time? It said softly and shrugged as it flapped its wings. So, I think there must be someone inside. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether there is a mole or a traitor. Yun Nuoxing lazily lay on a rock, his chin resting on the arm that was resting on the rock. If you really care about it, Hui, let I Ching look for this. After 2 days, when I'm better, I'll set the time node with you. Then you can send a large group to the place where the time node was originally planned to be set and pretend that it's really going to be set. Hui scratched his head. The enemy is not stupid. Wouldn't they have guessed that we would change our location at the last minute? They had already been ambushed once. Only a fool would continue to act according to the original plan. He wanted to say this, but when he saw Yun Nuashing's deep eyes and faint smile, he held back his words. After being stared at for a while, he helplessly spread his hands and said, Well, let's do as you say. Let Qing Jun and the others bring a group of people. It shouldn't be a problem. Yun Nuashing's smile faded as she said, You have to bring enough power with you, at least on par with the two of us. All right, let's talk about the second one. Where do you plan to set the new time node? This. Hui looked troubled. He rubbed his arms nervously and kept looking around as if he didn't want to say it out loud. He just wanted to keep that thought in his mind. Hey, you'll know when the time comes. Yun Nuashing stared at him closely and nodded. No, right? You haven't thought about the next target point at all. Let's not talk about it. Hui nodded, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. The choice and setting of the time node were not so simple. It was not just about finding a place casually. It was just like if you wanted a ship to stop steadily on the sea without moving. In addition to anchoring, it also had to be calm. In contrast, what they were dealing with was the sea of time. They had to find a series of time nodes and set up a large net. This was their anchor. But the anchor was not used to fix the hull, but to suppress the entire sea of time, so as to avoid the sea of time under the void from boiling when the time axis resonated. If this was not handled well, the sea of time would riot, and there would be no peaceful days in the future. To sum up, anyway, what we wanted to express was that this other time node was really not so easy to find. If it was easy to find, he wouldn't have to frown. According to the current movement of the Sea of Time, there are a few points that can be set up, the backup points. The natural conditions are not so good, and the process of setting them up will be quite troublesome. Yun Nuashing looked at Hui, who was dejected and haggard and pursed her lips. In the current void environment, there were very few places in the Sea of Time that were very peaceful. Places where the abyssal death fog spread, many elements were destroyed and distorted. The void collapsed, and the land of nothingness was also very chaotic. The Sea of Time naturally could not be spared. All this was caused by the endless war that broke out in the void. The abyssal death fog destroyed most of it, and the rest was the destruction caused by the life of the world of order when they fought back. Some worlds that used extreme means, which were the worlds that resisted the most violently, may have caused permanent damage to the land of nothingness, and the Sea of Time that was independent of one side was also affected. Although it was not to the extent that it could not be repaired, some things that happened would be difficult for them to discover, just like the undercurrent under the sea. I've only heard about your plans, Wang Yao said. Yun Nuashing narrowed her eyes and looked at Hui. Tell me about some of the conditions for setting up the time node. The area covered by the time net is about the entire upper plane and the remaining middle plane, right? That's right. Hui sighed and nodded. He scratched his cheek with his fingers. The conditions the conditions of the Sea of Time itself are easy to meet, but the restrictions of the time net are a bit severe. As he spoke, he took out a crystal ball from his bosom, turned it over and put it back. He took out another crystal ball, glanced at it, and then solemnly handed it to Yun Nuashing. Take a look at it yourself. I also have a headache. Yun Nuashing took the crystal ball, glanced inside, and then looked up in astonishment. Hey, this thing is... Hui saw that he was making such a big movement, so he hurriedly rushed over and covered his mouth, shushing him heavily. He looked around nervously, and after confirming that there was no one around, he relaxed and sat down. Such a neurotic action made the little angel confused, as if the walls had ears. Yun Nuashing swallowed her saliva and also looked around nervously under the gaze of the little angel. Finally, she lowered her voice, and even stabbed the netherworld ruins soared into the ground to separate the space of this small lake. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's. This is the origin. It's hidden in the conceptual layer of rules. I'm very surprised that I can actually make such a thing. Although it's a remnant, it's enough. Hui nodded with an unusually solemn expression. Yun Nuashing's face trembled, and her eyes almost popped out of their sockets. This was really something out of her expectation. She really didn't think that Hui would have such a thing. He, the time net, no wonder he could use such a thing. Originally, in her understanding, arranging time nodes to build the time net was a method that was so complicated that it could make people die on the spot. But that was her understanding. This was not the case. This was an ancient record left behind by the first great deity, the god of origin. It just so happened that there were some aspects of the Sea of Time in it. Using this method to build the time net was much simpler than the other method that she had originally thought of to suppress the Sea of Time. Well, this could be considered as one of her trump cards. She really didn't think of it. After carefully studying the information in it, Yun Nuashing frowned from time to time and nodded from time to time. When she saw some obscure information, she also frowned uncomfortably. The language of the gods, and it was the original language of the gods. She couldn't really understand it. She had always had a guess, and now it was confirmed. There were two languages in the mythological era. She knew the latter. The first language was only vaguely grasped, and she couldn't completely understand it. Even if there were some specious meanings that she could barely understand, it was really difficult to understand. Oh, Yun Nuashing scratched her head in confusion. She even pulled out 1 or 2 strands of her hair. This made her slightly stunned. She hadn't lost her hair for a long time. The hair of the spirit receiving godly body was condensed with countless divine patterns. It was an indelible part of her body, and she had never lost her hair. Oh, right. Speaking of this, her hair actually didn't grow to her ankles. Finally, it wasn't that difficult to take care of. Back to the original topic. The information recorded in this crystal ball was a mess. Well, from her point of view, it was a strange mess. She couldn't completely understand it. How did you understand these things? Yun Nuashing raised his head with 2 mosquito coils. For a moment, he couldn't differentiate between north, south, east, and west. Throughout his many years of life, he had never tried it. Throughout his long time as a god, who knew how many years had passed, he had never tried it. Now he was actually affected by a simple piece of information, looking at it from the perspective of the divine, right of the realm of the gods. I can't say that I can completely understand it, but it's a lot easier to understand. As long as I can understand as much as I can, it'll be fine as long as I connect the important pieces of the puzzle. Look at these and these. We came over and pointed out the information to Yun Nuashing. It was like pieces of a puzzle that were connected from front to back. Yun Nuashing's black eyes also turned silver. He looked at the direction that was pointed out. Some of the things that he couldn't understand just now seemed to have been pointed out. Well, no, it wasn't. It was just a mess of information. He felt that he could now understand the difference between a guardian and an observer. For countless years, he had felt that the observer was the last line of defense. Logically speaking, those powers in the dark, should be stronger. Now, it seemed that the guardian was indeed different from the observer. We could understand things that he couldn't understand. Those things that were left behind by the great deities of origin, from a certain perspective, could even be said to be left behind for the guardian. The observer seemed to be the observer. There were some things that could not be touched. Also, look at these. The dark law of the Sea of Time. Some details of the arrangement of the time web, the primary factor of the time node. If these conditions are met, you still need to use the divine right to verify it once. Only after you are 100% sure that there is no problem at all can you set it up. The first condition is the void of the Sea of Time, which is a place where the waves of the Sea of Time are relatively stable and relatively quiet. This point alone is quite rare, not to mention. What's wrong? Yun Nuashing waved his hand vigorously with a headache. Stop. I understand now. The power of an observer should be different from that of a guardian. I can only interpret these based on my own meager knowledge. I can only understand less than 1/10 of it. We stared blankly and could not help but frown. There's such a thing. I already understood a little last time. I understood a little from the information at the bottom of the concept layer. At that time, it was just a guess, but what I saw today. Yun Nuashing let out a long sigh and pushed the crystal ball away. It seems that I can only leave this matter to you. You can speculate and search for it yourself. Tell me when you find it, and I will concentrate on recovering. As soon as he finished, Huey's tense expression collapsed. Yun Nuashing did not know whether to laugh or cry at his tearful look. He shook his head and pushed Huey's face to the side. All right, don't pretend to be pitiful. With your ability, you can do these things. It's just that you are usually lazy in this aspect. It just so happens that the duties and special rights bestowed upon you by the second divine title of the divine realm indicate that this is something that only you can accomplish. You are the guardian who controls everything on the surface. So be it. Hui sighed in distress. He lifted his foot and kicked a small stone into the small lake. He squatted down with a depressed expression. Yun Nuashing looked at his pitiful appearance and could not help but sigh and shake his head. This guy, he raised his head and looked at the void for a few times. Some colorful and silver light surged in his eyes. After looking for a long time, the color in his eyes returned to normal. The aura on his body also withered a little at the same time. Seeing this, the little angel looked at him reproachfully. She patted his shoulder with her jade-like hand. What did you do again? Just a small matter. Yun Nuashing smiled and narrowed his eyes. He let her use her sleeve to wipe the sweat on his forehead. Only then did he look at Hui, who was squatting there dejectedly. All right, let me tell you a piece of good news. Hui stood up abruptly. When he saw Yun Nuashing's slightly weakened aura, he could not help but frown. In 2 days, the Sea of Time will be in a relatively calm period. It will be very calm. I understand the condition of the Sea of Time whole from what you said. There may be a lot of it in 2 days. As long as the time node is set under the condition that the condition is met, it will not be affected even if there is a flood after that, right? Yun Nuashing raised her hand to interrupt him. Hui pursed his lips and nodded. That's right. In 2 days, the Sea of Time will be calm, right? Yun Nuashing's words were also applicable here. What the observer could not understand, the guardian could understand. It seemed to be the same principle. Yun Nuashing could see much more than he could see. Looking at his incomparably serious expression, it probably could not be faked. Hui muttered, pinched his chin, and nodded to Yun Nuashing. All right, I'll arrange it. Perhaps this matter was very urgent. Hui disappeared after saying this, leaving Yun Nuashing and the little angel sitting side by side by the lake. Yun Nuashing slowly lay down on the huge rock and let out a long sigh. About tomorrow, the disturbance in the void will begin to weaken. Following that, the Sea of Time will become calm. I just took a look. There's something flowing in the void. If what I saw is not wrong, he was silent for a moment, not knowing what to say. The little angel waited patiently for a while. Seeing that he still did not speak, he frowned and said, If what I saw is not wrong, what's wrong? That's probably. Yun Nuashing stammered. His words were vague, which made him a little anxious. After a moment, he took a deep breath and said, I mentioned to you before that the great samsara, which is the disturbance in the void that happened 11 eras ago, was actually caused by the 8 elements realm. The great primordial realm lost the protection of the gods of origin. Or there was a deeper reason that involved them. This world should be missing something. Because of them, something is missing, so this level of void phenomenon is caused. Although it has always been said that this is caused by the natural activities of the void, but it is indeed related to them. Now there's something surging in the void, right? What I'm talking about might be those things. That mysterious factor is gradually calming down the violent void. The little angel was stunned for a moment. His golden eyes flickered slightly. Could it be that the power of protection of the gods of origin is recovering? Recovering? Yun Nuashing sneered and shook his head. The first generation of gods of origin have all died. The last one that I know. He was silent for a moment. His gaze could not help but look in the direction of the divine prefecture. She has already fallen into the cycle of reincarnation. Based on her condition, based on my current understanding of her condition, she might not be able to come back. The protection of the first generation of gods had already lost its effect when they fell. It probably needs their existence to be effective, right? Then what exactly is that mysterious factor? He frowned. An energy that could calm down the chaotic state of the void. I don't know. Yun Nuashing sighed and shook his head. He actually had a small premonition, a kind of intuition. Could this be an unknown prelude to the disturbance in the void? However, there were still 9 eras before the 60th era. Yun Nuashing rubbed his forehead in distress. He also could not say what it was. In any case, the void was strange. The void in this era had really suffered countless hardships. Right now, he did not know what was going to happen. Chapter 1251. The void, the void, the void. Hearing this name for a long time really made people feel a little tired. In their realm, most of the things that happen in this realm or higher realms would cause chaos in the void, leaving large and small damages and loopholes in the void. The gods who were interested would choose to help repair them. Those who were busy running away would not even look back, leaving a lot of holes in the void. Those holes would self-repair, but it would take some time. When the number of holes that had not been removed accumulated to a certain extent, a series of strange things that had never been heard of before would easily happen. The mysterious void would become even more strange. But the probability of that happening is very small. You also know that the void is vast and boundless. Basically, a void hole will not be bombed twice, and the speed of repair is relatively fast. As long as it doesn't cause a second damage, it will be fine. To the question of the little angel, Yun Nuashing answered matter-of-factly. However, although the probability is small once something goes wrong. You see, the problem of the void is big enough and serious enough that we don't even know how to solve it. Seeing that he was going off topic, the little angel couldn't help but shake his head. But that's man-made destruction. It has little to do with the void itself. It's true that the void has been stirred up into chaos now, and the order is fragmented. It will only be more fragmented in the future. Yun Nuashing frowned, sighed, and shook his head in distress. Since the underworld started to stir up trouble, there had been no more peaceful days. At first, it was just a small storm that no one cared about at the periphery of the void. Unknowingly, time had passed. When they realized it, the storm had already reached such a level that the entire 8 elements realm, or even the entire Yuan realm, might be involved in it in the end. It's because you don't want that kind of thing to happen that you've been working so hard until now. She sat on his waist, flapped her wings in boredom, and said, "It's just that." Yun Nuashing, who was lying on the ground, was about to complain about the pain in his waist when he heard the word, "It's just that." His expression froze slightly. "It's just that what?" It tilted its head and met his eyes. It couldn't help but sigh. "Have you forgotten that future?" Yun Nuashing's eyes dimmed a little. The future that he knew, the fixed future, to him, was an unchangeable past and future that had already happened. He had this feeling a long time ago. Even if there was a slight difference between him and Feng Ling, even if it was just a little difference, even if he accidentally met the little angel, he was still walking in the process of turning back time. There was no difference in the journey. Logically speaking, there should be differences, but his intuition told him that there was no difference. The only thing that had changed was him, and it, who were here at this moment. That's right, that was a fixed future, and could be said to be predestined. That great war was destined to break out, and they were destined to have a bitter battle that would break the heavens and the earth. He was destined to fall, and he was also destined to have a calamity. The future ahead was set, waiting, and destined, but they did not know what would happen in between. Tomorrow was still far away, and they were still at a loss, living day by day. Yun Nuashing patted its slender waist. After it stood up, he slowly stood up as well. He patted off the gravel and dust on his body, turned around, and walked out of the stone platform on the mountain peak. He came to the newly built guardian temple that stood at the border between the two original realms. The newly built temple was no different from the original one. It was just a change of location. Even the two side halls that had not been used for countless years were left behind. Moreover, this time, no one knew where the guardian temple was located. Originally, the existence of this temple was a spiritual pillar for the people of the celestial realm. Even if the mere sight of its existence made them feel invigorated, we had planned to tell the world about it. However, when he thought of what happened a few days ago, he dismissed the idea. At this time, it was best not to do anything unimportant. Since they had been ambushed once, it was better to hide before they could guarantee that they would not be attacked a second time. If they were killed again, to the entire world of order. Well, to the entire world of order, it might be a bit of an exaggeration, but to the people of the celestial realm, it would definitely be a devastating blow to their morale. Speaking of that incident, we still did not understand why those people came all the way to the celestial realm just to blow up his temple. This idea was too interesting. Other than making them feel vexed for a while, what other use could it have? However, the little angel did not think so. It felt that there must be some other reason that they did not know about. If it had to be said, it was because it saw I Ching rushing back in a hurry that day, looking as if he was in a hurry, and the attack that followed right after. In addition to the words that I Ching muttered to himself that day, it felt that there must have been a quarrel when they were discussing the way of the time node. In the end, the answer that they came up with was not satisfactory. Hui decided not to come back for a while. So he sent I Ching back to look for something, and those people who were causing trouble must have known what he was up to. Or perhaps they knew what they were planning to do. So they quickly sent people to the celestial realm to destroy it. Although there were people who were secretly causing trouble, the construction of the time node could not be delayed. There was not much time left for them. In order to solve this problem before the next large-scale invasion of the underworld, they could either use the resonance of the time axis to summon many strong people and then attract their attention to the outside world, or they had no other choice. If there was another safe way, they would not have to do anything to the time axis, and it would not be so troublesome. You haven't come up with a second way yet. On the way to the main hall, the little angel patted him on the shoulder with her wings and said, "The resonance of the time axis. I'm a little worried." Yun Nuashing paused slightly and shook his head with a bitter smile. "I really don't have any other good ideas. The dozens of primeval gods in the underworld are like a void pressing on our heads. There are not many ways to deal with it, and there is no alternative way to deal with it. I know what you're worried about. Messing around in the sea of time and letting hundreds or thousands of time axis worlds suddenly appear in front of us will cause a lot of damage to the sea of time, even if there are some measures to suppress and remedy the sea of time. From then on, there will be many small problems in this world because of time, but most of them will not be affected, and judging from the frequency and intensity of the battles in the future, those damaged areas may even be destroyed, and then a new area will be born. Probably so. The birth of the Sea of Time is at the same level as the void, so it will not be affected by any damage." Yun Nuashing scratched his head in distress. "If only we can come up with another way to deal with it. We don't have to do such a dangerous thing. We don't have to." Sigh. He let out a heavy sigh. This world was like a single plank bridge. Even if it was a single plank bridge, as long as it was slightly wider, there would be several ways to cross it. However, the current situation was they were walking in front of a single plank bridge that had no other way to cross. Slowly, bit by bit, they were being pushed by the black fog behind them. In the end, they had no choice but to step onto that path of no return. Sigh. The little angel also sighed heavily. 1/3 of herself had been changed by Yun Nuashing. At this time, her thoughts were probably not much different from his. I know, but I still have some unrealistic ideas, praying, holding on to hope that I shouldn't. Then, after we're done talking about unrealistic fantasies and hopes, Yun Nuashing twirled her finger. Let's talk about this terrible reality. She nodded and said softly, "We responded this morning. Monarch Green's team has been organized. He has sent over about 300 Empyrean gods of origin. 1/3 of them belong to the God realm and the ancient Imperial realm. They are his trusted subordinates. The rest are selected from the few worlds that don't know what's going on. Even the weakest of them is at the elementary level of Empyrean god of origin, so it shouldn't be a problem. Now, they just have to wait for the time to come, and they will set off. With this number and this combat power, it should be more than what I used when I went to provide assistance. This should be considered a heightened level of vigilance, but unable to change their goal. They have to continue with the plan. Their movements are quite big. Whether or not that so-called spy exists, the fact that there is a big movement is real." Yun Nuashing stretched out a finger and twirled a strand of hair that was hanging down. She had a thoughtful look on her face. "This arrangement seems to be fine, even if they can infiltrate the void battlefront. Even if they pretend to be on the side of the worlds of order and not provide assistance to the netherworld, they can't infiltrate the God realm. This plan is only known by the 3 of us. No, 2 of us." The little angel looked up at him. "You're so confident in the defense of the God realm? It was blasted not long ago. Yesterday, I changed the defense barrier of the God realm. Right now, no one from the outside world will be able to enter the God realm. But—" He fell silent again. This time, he twitched his eyelashes and let out a cry of surprise. Then he said, "I do believe that the enemy will act according to the plan, but there's still a little loophole. I rarely show up at the void battlefront. They don't know about our existence, but they know about Huey's existence, and he's the one who came up with the plan." The little angel rolled her eyes. "Are you worried that if the person in charge isn't here, they will see through the plan?" "It doesn't matter if they see through it or get away with it. It's not a problem." Yun Nuashing pondered, her eyes flashing brightly. "If Qing Jun's team is seen through, they will move the army to the place they think is real. That is, if they are lucky enough to find the point we are responsible for setting up. When they come to deal with us, Qing Jun's team can continue. If they are not transferred away and fight directly in the same place, our setup here can be completed smoothly." She nodded, and a vague voice came from her throat. "What if there is a compromise? Then it's even easier to handle." Yun Nuashing grinned. "Leave half of the combat power behind. Whether it's to deal with Qing Jun's team or to deal with our side, they won't be able to deal with it. The time for both sides will be completed at the same time. Of course, in view of the vigilance against the enemy, we can't assume that they are fools. Let's assume that the power they use can deal with both of us at the same time. Well, that's actually a ghost. In the whole void, only a dozen people from the underworld can deal with Huey's and my desperate efforts at the same time." Yun Nuashing shrugged. The little angel glanced at him with a grin. The lines had changed. Before, it was said that no one in the whole void could deal with the 2 of them. Then there should be 3 possibilities. So, there should only be 3 possibilities. If there really is a 4th possibility, which is what I just said, then it can only be that the people of the underworld have come out for a stroll. If that's the case, then what can I do? I'll play with my life again. Whoever dies will be the one who dies. If I die, then I'll wake up from my dream. Moreover, from the looks of the situation, I probably won't die, so it can only be their deaths. Anyway, when the great samsara comes around, anyway." The little angel reached out to cover his mouth and shook her head. "You stupid mouth. You're so excited when you talk about death. What death? Can't you think of something better?" Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes. He also wanted to say something nice, but what was the use? Would it really be better if he said something nice tomorrow? No, in fact, no matter what he said, this damned reality would not change at all. At most, it would affect his mood. But in this world, there would not be changes just because someone's mood changed. None of the things that were supposed to happen could escape. Damn it. All right, he would not say those things. That was what he meant. The little angel frowned and looked at him with a little worry. This made him feel a little surprised. This expression was as if his little girl had come out. You have become a little like our family's Ming Ming. Are you addicted to imitating? The little angel rolled her eyes at him and said, I can't help it. In the memories I got about you, they were not small at all. I was too lazy to make a body of my own, so I kept borrowing. This guy was really addicted. Not only did he borrow Ming's appearance, but he also became 70% similar to Ming's personality. The other 30% was like Qin Yan. When he was quiet and did not speak, the natural temperament he exuded was very similar to her. Your worries are not unreasonable. Since we all think that the world of order is full of rats, then the worst-case scenario is that our actions are being monitored by the enemy. We looked at the two people who came in side by side, nodded, and paced back and forth in the main hall. But to be honest, there is no way to prevent such a situation at the moment. If there are too few people, what if they are besieged and trapped there to death, and we may be seen through? If there are too many people and we are really attacked by the primeval heavenly gods, then our high-level power will be destroyed, and we will have to rely on the remaining heavenly gods. Hui said as he looked at the two people who came in side by side, nodding and pacing back and forth in the main hall. Hui sighed. It was difficult to hold on. But what about the future? If they could not get through this hurdle now, how could they talk about the future? Let's not talk about this first. Hui saw that the two people were a little depressed. He quickly waved his hand and said, As for the time nodes, well, I have lost a lot of brain cells in these 2 days. Finally, I have made it, but there are only 8. According to the original plan, there are still 12 time nodes to be arranged. If there are 4 less, then we can only make up for it in terms of strength, and we have to find a good place. Yun Nuashing pondered. It was like a pavilion. Originally, they planned to use 12 pillars to support it. Now, there were only 8 pillars left. Then, they had to find a good place to support it, and the strength could not be low. The location is not a problem. I am just worried that the strength of the setting is not enough. If the net collapses... Huey's cheeks twitched. When he thought of the consequences and the disaster caused by the Sea of Time, he felt a chill in his heart. If it collapses in the second half of the time axis resonance, I can force it back, but it can't be for too long. Otherwise, I will... what's wrong? Yun Nuashing had only spoken half a sentence when he saw Hui shaking his head with a determined expression. He hurriedly said, I'll definitely set it up properly. You don't have to worry about the intensity and location. Let's not talk about this. How is your recovery? Hui couldn't help but smile bitterly. This old friend of his was risking his life the moment he came back. In order to not see the scene of him risking his life in front of him that day, he had to set up the time node even if it was tiring. Yun Nuashing looked at him suspiciously and sighed helplessly. Just barely. It will be fine as long as I don't do anything too violent. I am not that weak now. If there's another primeval... It muttered. The two of them fell silent and looked at each other. Yun Nuashing thought for a while and pulled out the Netherworld Ruins sword. He placed it on the ground and said, It's okay. There is still one more chance. Give the Netherworld Ruins sword to Boom. It should not be a problem to drag a group of Premier down with it, he said firmly. Anyway, the Netherworld Ruins sword would be broken in his hands in the future. When he was still Quarter Moon, there was something wrong with it. Even so, it was still abnormally powerful. Hui lost his footing and almost fell down. The little angel swallowed and quietly took a few steps back. It had his memory and naturally knew how dangerous the heavenly weapon in front of it was. To their surprise, the Netherworld Ruins sword also trembled twice, as if it was frightened. Yun Nuashing said in surprise, Are you conscious? I remember that the Netherworld Ruins sword has its own soul. If you have any reaction, just make a sound, okay? The Netherworld Ruins sword, it did not make a sound. It seemed that it did not intend to come out for now. It was just a natural reaction of being frightened by his words. He thought that it would at least come out and complain or something. If he had the divine body of spiritual reception in this life, he would have been able to wield such a heavenly weapon like an extension of his arm. He definitely would not have been able to deal with the primeval divine God. There would definitely be a problem. Don't think that the primeval divine God, who had just entered that realm, would feel that there was nothing to be afraid of. He himself was only one step away from that realm. Besides, he had many tricks up his sleeves and seized some opportunities. It was only by combining a bunch of conditions that he barely managed to kill the primeval divine God. Because of this, he even lost the pass to that realm. Thinking about it now, he still felt that he had suffered a great loss. After all, that was the realm of that disappeared era. It was simply a fantasy to kill them. Yun Nuashing put away the Netherworld Ruin's sword. He glanced at Hui, who was deep in thought, and the little angel, who was staring at him worriedly. He could not help but have an idea. I have a way to make them fall for it. This way, the other side will not have any worries. What is it? Hui raised his head and saw Yun Nuashing looking at the little angel with a smile. He was a little puzzled. The little angel was also stunned when it saw him looking at it. After thinking for a while, it knew what Yun Nuashing was planning. He probably wanted to, you can change into Hui's appearance and preside over the battle that might happen over there. The famous guardian of the realm of the gods will personally oversee the battle. It should be enough to make the other side believe it, Yun Nuashing said with a smile. Oh, that's not a bad idea. Hui nodded in realization. He knew about the little angel's transformation ability. The last time it appeared in front of him as Yun Nuashing, he could not recognize it. All right. Little angel sighed. Just as she was about to agree, Hui suddenly narrowed his eyes and smiled. Wait, I've decided. I'll go over there. You too go over to the new proposal. Seeing his evil smile, the veins on Yun Nuashing's forehead bulged. He felt that he had to beat this guy up before they set off. Chapter 1252. At the Void front line, the human-looking city that stood tall in the void was the most crucial place to guard the Void front line. Across the barrier was the thickest abyss, death, mist in the void. Usually, the force guarding this place was also the strongest, and it was jokingly called the first city of the void. Judging from the current situation at the Void front line, it was not impossible to call it the first city of the void. Today, the Void First City was unusually lively. Although it was usually lively enough, today was a special day. The guardians of the divine realm had descended upon this place with great power, and a large group of people were traveling together. Just the slightest bit of their aura was enough to cause the heavenly gods who were stationed here to feel their chests tighten and their souls tremble. This was the scene of several hundred heavenly gods of origin traveling together, and the one leading them was the famous guardians of the divine realm. They descended upon the Void First City in a mighty manner, attracting the attention of everyone in the city. Every gaze was either filled with awe or curiosity, and some people could not hold back their excitement and hurriedly went out to greet the guardians. In order to satisfy their curiosity, they gathered a crowd of onlookers. It was rare to see such legendary figures on a normal day. Hui brought the heavenly gods of origin from the gods' world and the ancient imperial world to the first city of the void to meet up with the other divine gods from the gods' world and the ancient imperial world who were stationed in the city. He also brought along the divine gods and heavenly gods of origin from other worlds who had participated in the plan. After they were ready, the group began to weave a large-scale, void, teleportation magic formation. They did not say a single word throughout, but their solemn expressions and the fact that they were about to trigger a battle made everyone feel that a storm was coming. Lord Hui, is it really okay to make such a big fuss? The great lord of the Green Clan stood beside Hui. They had arrived at the most conspicuous place in a grand manner, and were still setting up the large-scale void teleportation magic formation, which was much more ornamental than practical. Looking at the many onlookers below and in the sky, the great lord of the Green Clan could not help but twitch. He had thought that Hui had asked him to gather here to sneak out. He did not expect to make such a big fuss. Great, Now everyone knew that they were about to do something. Although I probably shouldn't say it. There was some worry in Lady Green's eyes. Even the great lord of the Green clan, who relied on his strength, could not help but think about what was about to happen. But I just want to express some worries. If we go out in such a grand manner, we will be easily targeted. Lord Hui, you see, it's okay. We do things openly, and are not afraid of being watched by others. What's more, what we are going to do before has long been known. It's the same whether we hide it or not. Hui smiled and waved his hand, making Lady Green almost choke to death on his saliva. No, Lord Hui. Last time we were. Shouldn't we be low-key this time? Lady Green blinked anxiously at him, wanting to hint at something, but didn't want to say it out loud and let anyone who might be lurking here hear it. Hui just smiled and shook his head at him. He blinked and wanted to respond to something, but Lady Green, who was full of anxiety, could not understand his blinking rhythm at all. He was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. He looked around anxiously and ignored Huey's hints. The latter's eyelids were almost twitching. The enemy is out in the open and we're in the dark. There's nothing we can do about that. Even if we want to sneak away, the God realm is the focal point of a myriad of worlds. If we do anything sneaky, it'll only make the enemy think that we're afraid of the slightest thing. Since that's the case, why don't we make a big announcement? We're going out to cause trouble. Look, this is our fighting force. If you have what it takes, come at us. If you dare to hit us, we'll hit you back. At worst, we'll fight until the void shatters. If you dare to attack us, the void will shatter. Hui smiled and glanced around inadvertently. Moreover, such a grand move might scare the people in the dark and make them give themselves away a little bit. Among the onlookers, there must be some of them. Even if there is a slight panic, I will notice it. Yes, I am paying attention, but unfortunately, there is no such movement yet. Let's see who can keep their composure. I see. You are indeed worthy of being Lord Hui. You are indeed far-sighted. Lady Green suddenly understood and cupped her hands respectfully. Hui grinned, but in his heart he stuck out his tongue. Of course, the latter part was not his own words. It was Maple who told him. The bigger the commotion, the better. The bigger the formation, the better. Announce the prestige of the #1 macro world in the void, and even treat that shabby city as your own territory. It must be the kind of temperament that says if you are not convinced, you can beat them until they are convinced. It's best if you are cold and contemptuous to everyone, even if you are pretending. You must be extremely confident and arrogant. If you can intimidate the people in the dark, that would be the best. Even if you can intimidate them, it's not a problem. Therefore, at this moment, they were actually acting for the people hiding in the dark. Hui did not dare to release too strong of a godly soul detection, fearing that the act would be ruined. Well, this was the reason why this group of people raised their heads arrogantly and constantly glanced around with cold eyes in all directions. Ahem, what I asked you to secretly prepare. Is it done? Hui whispered in Lady Green's ear. There's no problem over there. There are still many origins and divine realms hidden in the void, and they are still constantly gathering energy. Lord Hui, don't worry. With the unique skills of the ancient royal family, no one will be able to sense any energy fluctuation. Lady Green nodded and whispered, that is a state of triggering. We're just waiting for Lord Huey's order. Good. Hide this card first and continue to accumulate energy. There will be a time when it will be useful. Hui smiled evilly and nodded. The group of people seemed to be preparing. They gathered together to create an earth-shattering aura. Each of them looked around coldly, as if they were disdainful of talking to anyone. This made those who wanted to talk to them a little dissatisfied. However, due to the aura of the other group, they could only swallow their dissatisfaction. The silent and arrogant gaze was just a cover for their eyes searching for suspicious people present. It was all taught by Lord Hui. They felt that they had learned bad things from following Lord Hui around during this period of time. Buzz. Half an hour later, 3 huge and extremely luxurious versions of the Void Transmission Magic Array appeared. The few Divine Array Masters heaved a sigh of relief. They used 3 times the time to make some flashy modifications, embellishments, and decorations. Only then did they manage to create the Void Transmission Magic Array. This was probably the first time in their lives that they had encountered something like this. None of them could understand what Lord Hui was thinking. When the Void Transmission Magic Array was ready, waves of faintly discernible void power were wriggling. The space was gradually covered with a layer of pure black, and it rapidly spread to the surroundings. It was like a point of contamination. After coming out of the Void Transmission Magic Array, there's a faint but wonderful change due to the void power. It looked like the space was being swallowed. The condensed void power is enough for us to transmit 10 times. Lord Hui, everything is ready here. Shall we start the transmission immediately? Hui nodded to the Divine Array Master and said, "We will start the transmission in 3 minutes. Remember not to get the void coordinates wrong. Don't send 3 groups of people away in one transmission and not be able to find them after half a day." The Divine Array Master bowed solemnly, turned around, and left to make the preparations. "Time's up. Let's start." In the most conspicuous place of the first city of the void, Hui forcibly led the large group to stay for a period of time. When he felt that it was about time, he gave the Divine Array Master a look. The Divine Array Master understood and nodded. He formed a seal with both hands, and the domain formed by the power of the void spread wildly in all directions, turning the entire space into a black ball. Then the power of space began to condense. "Now is the time. Switch to the 3rd coordinate. Quick!" Hui shouted very urgently. The Divine Array Master looked very serious and was stunned for a second. However, when he saw Huey's frantic blinking, as an old guy whose eyebrows were almost falling off, he almost instantly understood Huey's meaning. He shouted, "The 6th node, transmit!" The 2 urgent shouts caused many of the onlookers to be stunned. They couldn't see what was happening inside the black sphere, but the voices seemed to be abnormally urgent. Something about the 6th node, something about controlling the power of the world. It sounded strange. Let's go. There's nothing to see. I don't know what they are doing. The void is not going to be peaceful again." The onlookers waved their hands and sighed. Then they headed towards the place where they had settled down in the first city of the void. Some of them were still in a daze. They stopped for a while before they turned back and left reluctantly. Teleportation within the void was a miraculous thing. Without any preparation, one's consciousness would be occupied by the void for a short period of time. Their consciousness would feel as if it was constantly falling, entering the boundless void. They would not know what they had been persisting in for their entire life, forgetting everything. However, this phenomenon would not last for a long time. It was only because of the void that they came into contact with while teleporting through the void. By the time their body returned to the normal space of order or the barrier of order, everything would return to normal. Their consciousness that was still tainted by the void's energy would be slightly slower. It was difficult to express the specific feeling in words. In short, the transmission only lasted for a moment. Those who accidentally bumped into the void of consciousness just mentioned just now were still in a daze. The others who were used to it and were prepared did not have any worries at all. As soon as they emerged from the void, they very tacitly separated and were on guard. Act according to the plan. Everyone go all out. Hui waved his hand. Hundreds of people went into action. Some followed the Green Clan and the many ancient royal families to set up powerful energy barriers. Those who were appointed to set up the time nodes immediately began to observe the situation in the Sea of Time. They could not act as soon as they arrived. Even if they were in the Sea of Time void for a long time, there would be times when it was not peaceful. However, it would not last long. This time they seemed to be lucky. As soon as they stood firmly and set things down, those in charge of the time nodes instantly acted. They observed that the sea of time void was in its calmest state, so they could act without worry. The timelines that were hidden under this void that could not be seen by others began to intersect and then twisted into a ball at the center. Timelines, space, void, everything was fusing. The thing that caused all of this to happen was the power that was formed from the timelines. We saw that they began to act. He could not help but clench his fists. There was a little sweat on his forehead. He was a little worried, a lot worried. If the enemy did not attack and really went to Yun Nuashing, it would be terrible. Originally, they wanted to balance the combat forces of both sides so that they would not have to be afraid of any problems. However, what he said, that sentence was intentional. He was trying to matchmake those two guys and wanted them to be alone, but he forgot this serious matter. Foam was still very weak. Now, he could only pray that there would be no problems over there. He hoped that the fish would take the bait here. After waiting quietly for an hour, the light spot, which was only the size of a little thumb at first, had grown to a size of 10 feet. It had condensed a considerable amount of energy, and it was very stable. It was much more stable than the time nodes they had set up before, just like that. Well, he couldn't say anything. Are you really not going to take the bait? Hui paced back and forth anxiously. Seeing him like this, Qing Jun could not help but say, "Don't worry, Lord Hui. Even if we encounter another surprise attack, we are not afraid. This time we are fully armed. There will be no mistakes." Reporting, there is an unusually large amount of energy reaction in the void. The amount is unknown. Lord Hui, it's those strange things we encountered last time. One of the heavenly gods of origin, who was hiding in the void like a scout, said in a slightly cold voice. However, the words that came out of his mouth made Qing Jun's face turn green. He had just finished speaking, and someone really appeared. At this moment, he was really angry and had nowhere to vent. Compared to his irritation, Hui laughed unusually happily. "This is the effect I want." The great lord of the Green Clan was stunned for a moment. Seeing Huey's abnormal smile and abnormal laughter, combined with his previous actions, he suddenly seemed to understand something. He slapped his palm hard and said, "I know. Lord Hui, you deliberately printed them out to catch them all in one fell swoop and sneak into their world, right?" Hui looked at him in surprise and shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "Not exactly, but you can understand it however you want. Anyway, we have indeed reached our destination." I see. Qing Jun nodded in realization. His admiration for the Lord Guardian in his heart deepened. Hui laughed bitterly. Suddenly, his expression became fierce. He waved his hand fiercely. "Except for those who are condensing the time nodes, the rest attack with all your strength. Follow the direction that we have just assigned. Beat those bastards." Boom! For a moment, countless people roared. In the void, pieces of the void peeled off. From those gaps in the void, a large group of monsters that did not look like humans surged out like a huge tide. Their numbers were so large that it made one's scalp numb. However, the warriors of the world of order were not afraid. They drew their swords and shouted slogans as they went forward to fight with their lives. It seems that things are going well over there. On the other side of the void, through Huey's perception, Yun Nuashing felt that there was an unprecedented burst of energy in the void over there. He couldn't help but smile. In fact, he was a little worried. If the door was opened in their place, a large number of enemies would rush out. Then he would have nowhere to cry. Then let's do it. The little angel raised his head and looked at him. Seeing him nod, his figure flickered and dissipated into a mass of golden light that penetrated into Yun Nuashing's body. The latter recalled what Hui told him again. The method to create the time node, the advice to go out, the advice to get married when you come back. Bah! Although he couldn't understand what the Guardian could see, he could understand the information that the Guardian could understand. Hui could rest assured and let others set up the time node. Obviously, he had also taught this special method. If they could do it, so could he. Chapter 1253. Cold, dead, empty, and if one had to add one more word, it would be boring. This was what the void looked like. Although it had been mentioned countless times, every time they came here, they could still feel the most typical state of the void. It was much more boring than the void on the other side. In the void on the other side, the sounds of battle were transmitted to Yun Nuashing's senses through a special method. It was so noisy that it could kill people. It was really lively. In contrast, this place was really too quiet. There were some old scars left in the void. No one knew when they got there. The sea of time under this void also had some undercurrents. Although it wasn't very calm, there was really a sea of time hole here. It could be seen from a faint pattern. However, that hole wasn't very calm at this time. The undercurrents in the deeper parts of the sea of time were affecting the integrity and calmness of this hole. It would probably take a while for it to calm down. Well, that was for others. For Yun Nuashing, when he saw that the sea of time hole in this sea of time wasn't calm, he subconsciously raised his hand and slapped the void. The energy of the elements of nirvana quickly spread in the sea of time and integrated into it. The chaotic and violent energy made the waves in the sea of time even more turbulent, almost turning the sea and the sky upside down. Seeing this, little Angel thought that this guy was going to destroy the sea of time. At this moment, because of the elements of nirvana surging in, the waves in the sea of time were higher than the previous one. The shaking ocean and the turbulent timelines almost shook this space into pieces. At this moment, a very magical scene suddenly appeared. The chaotic sea suddenly calmed down, like boiling water suddenly cooled down. There was no movement at all. As the sea of time calmed down, a part of the sea about 10 feet in size became as deep and calm as ice. There were no ripples. When the sea of time next to it touched that area, it would form a ripple in the opposite direction, as if it had touched ice. That's the sea of time hole. This was the first time that little Angel and Yun Nuashing had actually seen this thing. Little Angel's curious voice immediately rang out in his mind. Yun Nuashing studied it for a while before nodding. It has the same characteristics as what Hui told me. This is also my first time seeing it, but it shouldn't be wrong. It nodded and carefully observed the special area. It was easy to see the difference between it and the ordinary area of the sea of time. It was no longer bright and bright yellow. The area, which was about 100 feet in size, had lost its luster and became deep and dark. It happened to be a huge round pancake. If one continued to explore below, that is, the depths of the sea of time, this round pancake was actually the surface of a huge cylinder. The entire area had calmed down with the appearance of the sea of time. I haven't said anything yet. What did you do just now? Why did you suddenly calm down? The corner of Yun Nuashing's mouth twitched. You just realized? I just used the element of annihilation to forcibly calm this ocean. It's like throwing ice into boiling water. It won't take long for it to calm down. The element of annihilation is the ice. I used that chaotic and violent energy to neutralize the external factors disturbing the sea of time, or any other factors that caused chaos. The two of them cancel each other out. Although the process of canceling out the energy was a little big, that's what it meant. I thought you were going to blow up the sea of time just now, it said seriously. Yun Nuashing, he thought for a while and felt that it was better to do his job honestly. If he continued to argue, there would be no end to it. The setting of the time node was actually simpler than he had imagined. Although the information that he could not understand was very exaggerated, indeed that part of the knowledge, information, and technology mentioned was unfathomable to ordinary heavenly gods and Empyrean gods. However, the two of them were hard-working laborers who had been in charge of the realm of the gods for many years. They did not even have time to take a vacation every year. Anyway, it meant that it was not a big problem for him and Hui. Yun Nuashing had forcefully stabilized the sea of time with the element of annihilation, and now it was a good time to use this energy to help him set the time node. He put his hands together in front of him, and dark yellow lines that resembled energy matrices slowly flowed out of his palms like liquid. After that, they gently touched the center of his palms and found that they did not have much of a reaction. Only then did they gently entangle themselves into a ball of yarn. In the process, the little angel was helping him monitor the steps that were being carried out, and at the same time helping to suppress the timeline that was being manipulated. Things like timelines were mystical, but did not have much practical use. It was something that existed in the concept of cause and effect, and something that was related to the sea of time. In a world or a void, there were actually countless timelines, but only the one that belonged to the present realm dimension was in a state of flowing water. The others were stagnant, like stagnant ponds. They were rarely useful, but once something big enough to affect cause and effect and overturn the laws to the point of no return, or cause irreparable destruction to the laws, other timelines would be triggered to urgently replace the one that was being used. In layman's terms, when a river was blocked and had to change its course, it would be changed to another line. However, such things as changing timelines all happened in the depths of the world. No one would know about it, and it would not have much effect. It was merely a setting to prevent the timeline from collapsing if something big happened in this world. It was a self-defense mechanism of the world. 20, 30, 90, 100. The situation is stable. All right, there is no problem with the core of the timeline. What about the next one? Yun Nuashing quickly flipped through the memory that she still remembered very clearly just now. After looking at it for a second, she said, after the core of the timeline is completed, a large amount of energy from the sea of time is poured into the core. That energy also needs to be compressed and controlled precisely. The energy that belongs to the forward and the reverse energy must be equal. Whichever side has more energy will easily cause the core to collapse, and all the previous efforts will be wasted. After Yun Nuashing finished muttering, she frowned in confusion. As she began to work, she could not help but mutter, "It is easy to say, but it is not completely brainless. We still have to be careful." The little angel asked curiously, "Then what is the forward energy and reverse energy?" "Just think of it as forward and reverse," Yun Nuashing said calmly, still concentrating. "The energy that exists in the sea of time can be divided into two types. One is the forward energy that flows endlessly along time towards the future, and the other is the reverse energy that flows upstream from the present to the past. It is like yin and yang, but it is more complicated. This is something that ordinary Empyrean gods cannot do at all. In their knowledge, the sea of time is the sea of time. These two types of energy are completely the same in terms of aura and nature. Therefore, they cannot discover the difference between them. Only by analyzing them at a deeper level can they discover the difference between these two types of energy. That is to say, only the Empyrean god of origin can discover them?" Yun Nuashing nodded. "That's right. Only the Empyrean god of origin can discover them. Furthermore, by grasping this reverse energy, we can use this energy to return to the past. Before the word return could fade away, the little angel could not help but exclaim, "But didn't they say that two identical Empyrean gods are not allowed to exist in this world?" Yun Nuashing continued unhurriedly, "In a timeline world that is not the origin world, from our point of view, we will not return to the origin world. From the point of view of others, they will not return to the origin world. Similarly, the timeline world that is affected by our return to the past will become an independent timeline world that does not affect the present timeline world and will continue to exist. In other words, this action will directly create a timeline world." The little angel's cheeks twitched. This fellow was gasping for breath even when speaking. After listening seriously, it said, "Then, for example, if the unaffected timeline world is 6, and you accidentally enter the 6th timeline world after returning, that timeline world would definitely change under your influence, and even its existence would change. According to what you mean, the 6th that you changed would continue to exist in the future. But what would happen to the 6th that already existed? What was changed in the past will become an independent timeline world. Rather than saying that I went to the timeline world of 6, it would be more accurate to say that my arrival split 6 into 2. One is 6, and the past and future are both SIXS timeline world, whereas I went to the timeline world of 7. Furthermore, 6 and 7 will never meet. Once all the life forms in 6 have been reborn and stand on the world's rules, 6 and 7 will no longer have the same karma. Only then will they be allowed to meet again. The little angel scratched its head in confusion, and then scratched its face with its wings. After a long while it replied, just understand, there's no need to delve into it, and there's no point in delving into it. Yun Nuashing smiled. As he spoke, he was still concentrating on dealing with the timeline core. Right now, it had already become a dark yellow energy ball that was about 20 to 30 feet in size. The little angel sorted out the information that it had just crammed into and quickly turned its attention back to the time node that had already taken shape. It quickly flipped through its memories. When the time node's embryonic form is formed, connect it to the sea of time. When it completes its self-growth, connect it to the hole in the sea of time. Yun Nuashing nodded and let go of his hands. He had just finished. Now, it was time for it to grow on its own. When the time node grew on its own, it would form a small time domain. However, it would not affect the beings outside the rules of the world. They could see with their naked eyes that the gurgling light ball was releasing weak time energy that looked like fog and blurry light. It was slowly growing bigger like a snowball. It seems that it will take a while. Yun Nuashing crossed his arms and looked at the light ball that was growing bigger and bigger. He stamped his feet in the void, and a layer of energy barrier formed by the elements of nirvana covered the nearby void, in case something stupid saw this. He touched Huey's soul seed and shouted, "Everything is going well here. For the time being, it's going well. How's your side?" Huey's voice came out from the chaotic sound in the background. "Oh, it's very lively here. It's very lively. There are too many enemies to count. In my eyes, there's nothing but those things that are neither human nor ghost." The number is 10 times more than the last time. It seems that the enemies have come out in full force. Oh, right, I have something to say. I only knew about it when little Qing reminded me. Yun Nuashing was stunned. Little Qing? I Qing? What's wrong? Bang. Walala. An inexplicable sound came from the other side. After a while, Huey's voice slowly sounded. The original 12-time nodes, one of them is very close to a special place. Even if it's changed to the original 8-time nodes, the last one is also in a place similar to that place. That place? Please make it clear. Don't beat around the bush at this time. Yun Nuashing's eyebrows twitched, and she could not help but sigh. It's that place, the Great Void Crack. We've been there once. Although it will slowly drift to a very deep place with the void, it hasn't moved yet. At least, it hasn't shifted too far away. That time node is not too far away from that place. Little Qing said that before we gather the time nodes, we have to deal with that first. Hello. Foam, are you still there? Little Foam? Wow. I'm busy here. I'll talk later. We hurriedly cut off the soul communication, leaving Yun Nuashing with a dull face. She had been so dull that she had lost herself since 10 seconds ago. Now her mind was filled with who am I, where am I, and what am I going to do? The little angel had been listening the whole time. At this moment, she could not help but mutter, the place where the great deities of origin fell. Of course, the void and the sea of time in that place would not be intact. It seems that I Ching found some information and hurried back to report it. But even if he knows, it's useless. That place. Yun Nuashing had a constipated look on her face. Her face turned green and red and black. Even if she knew, there was nothing she could do. That place, deal with it. Who could give her advice on how to deal with that place? The weak and gentle dark yellow light made his eyes flicker slightly. After a moment, he got used to the light. Yun Nuashing and the little angel both turned their gazes. At this moment, the cluster of time nodes had turned into a perfectly round ball. It no longer released that blurry energy mist and dim energy light. Instead, it was like a cluster of pure energy. Forget it. Let's deal with this thing in front of us first. Yun Nuashing shook her head, holding the cluster of pure energy light and comparing it with the void in the sea of time. Yun Nuashing pressed it into the void in the sea of time. And then there was no and then. The two naturally established a connection. The ancient ice in the void in the sea of time emitted some dark yellow light and connected with the cluster of time nodes. Yun Nuashing was dumbfounded. Would you believe me if I said that I just knocked it with it because I was upset? The little angel sighed, looking at his frown just now, as if the sky was falling down. What else could she do other than believe? The cluster of time nodes that established a connection with the void in the sea of time slowly sank into the sea of time from the void. Like a buoy, a cluster of light floated above the sea of time. The energy of the sea of time gushing out from the void was connected to the cluster of light. For the time being, there was no movement and it was in good condition. Now, do we go to the next place or help Hui? She asked softly. Yun Nuashing turned her head to look at the direction of the void where Hui was. She pondered for a moment and shook her head. Hui can handle it himself. Back then, I asked them to pull up a force that could match the two of us. Although it's not that exaggerated, it's enough. Besides, I've left a backup plan. Nothing will happen over there. Hearing that, the little angel took out a crystal ball and was about to open the void teleportation circle. Then, let's go to the next place. No. Unexpectedly, Yun Nuashing shook his head again. He pondered and took out a piece of black metal from the pendant. He held it in his hand. It was bone-chilling, but it did not make his hand colder. Let's go to a special place first. A special place means... She looked at the piece of metal and her heart trembled. She seemed to have understood something. Yun Nuashing turned his hand and put it away. His expression was solemn. Originally, according to the plan, they would set the time nodes one by one. But now, because of I Ching's information, he felt that it would be better to deal with the last one first. But TSK, the Great Void Rift. Yun Nuashing scratched her head. If possible, I really don't want to go to that place again. Chapter 1254. The Void. For ease of imagination and understanding, it was much easier to imagine the void as an ocean with no shore in sight when it came to understanding the natural movement of all objects in the void. It was a dark, boundless ocean, with endless void power surging beneath its surface. Boundless energy, dangerous, incomprehensible, and unfathomable to its limits. The only thing that existed in the void was endless void energy. That was the shallow layer. But whether it was the shallow layer or the deep layer, void energy was like a fundamental element of the world and would definitely exist. Although the deeper one looked, the more things one would discover. The world light was located near the shallowest part of the void, which was equivalent to a person completely diving into the sea. If one dived a little further, they would still be in the shallowest part of the void, and they would be easily affected by mysterious factors from the shallowest and deeper parts. For example, the small waves on the surface of the sea that were blown by the wind, or the undercurrents that surged from the depths of the sea. Their power would cause the world light to slowly drift in the void. For living worlds, the world heart would control its relationship with the void. Worlds that belonged to the upper plane would not drift to the middle plane, and worlds that belonged to the lower plane would not move to the upper plane. This was the result of the world heart's self-control. This slight adjustment was enough to prevent them from drifting along the currents of the void to the upper plane. Of course, humans could change this. For gods, it was not difficult to move a world light from the lower plane to the upper plane. However, for dead worlds, with the world heart destroyed, the world light could no longer maintain itself and hence began to crumble. The world barrier would crumble, and the void would pour in like a waterfall, destroying rules, order, and everything tangible and intangible. reverting to the most fundamental zero where nothing existed. If a world light that had lost its world heart was preserved like a relic due to various special reasons, the world light would drift along the void's currents to any place and never stop. As long as the void did not stop, the world light would never stop drifting along the void's currents. It was also for this reason that in the depths of the void, in the extremely distant depths, some strange objects that belonged to the prehistoric era would occasionally be discovered. They were special objects that had not been disintegrated by the void, such as the Great Void Rift. The first generation Great Deity, the Origin Great Deity, and the others had encountered a great calamity near the 40th era of the 39th era, which was the end of the mythological era. Until now, the Yun-Nua planet had yet to investigate the details of that battle. They could not find it. Perhaps he was one of the few living beings in this void who knew about that battle. But if they wanted to know more about it, perhaps they from the underworld would know. That calamity ended with the fall of the Origin, great heavenly gods. Their passing destroyed many things. The great primordial realm, the various primordial realms, and the void had both visible and invisible changes as a result. Some of the effects were far-reaching, while others were temporarily unaffected, but they also left behind a piece of evidence that could not be erased by anything. A piece of evidence that proved the collective fall of the Origin, great heavenly gods existed in the depths of the void. In the distant depths, the great void fissure was left behind after their fall. In that fissure, there was a never-ending storm of divine destruction. Anyone who touched it would die. No matter who it was, if they touched it, they would die on the spot. It was an unparalleled burial ground. No, it was a dangerous place in the void. Not many people knew about it, and among those not many people, only a handful of people knew about the location of the great void fissure. The supremacy of the Sia world was one of them. Not long ago, he had opened the fissure and at the same time let Yun Nuashing and Hui know where it was. As it was buried in the deep depths of the void, even if one passed by above, they would not be able to see it. It was like walking on the road and never knowing what was happening in the depths of the earth beneath one's feet. It was the same principle. This was also the main reason why not many people knew about the Great Void Fissure. The second reason was that they did not know where it was, and they could not deduce where it might have drifted to by observing the void. That was right. The Great Void Fissure was definitely not in the depths of the void. According to the scattered memories that Yun Nuashing had obtained, the place where the Great Void Fissure had occurred was probably near the realm of the gods, or rather, when it was quite close to the realm of the gods, the huge explosion of energy that formed the Great Void Fissure had spread to the realm of the gods rather quickly. Well, probably quite quickly, according to the memories of the Eye of the Ocean, probably quite quickly. Well, Yun Nuashing could not be sure about this. Who knew if that energy had affected any part of the void at an infinite speed or something else, based on the energy form of the heavenly god of Origin and the others? That level of energy, he felt that it was very likely that it was synchronized with the entire void. Didn't that mean that he had just said a lot of nonsense? In short, he felt that it should be very close to the realm of the gods. As the guardian of the great Yuan realm and the guardian of the world of order, the first great heavenly god had maintained a level of mystery that everyone knew about but could not see. It was very likely that he existed in the upper plane, or at the very least, at the edge of the upper plane. And now the great void fissure was in the depths of the void, very, very far away. This endless distance was the result of drifting slowly in the void over an endless period of time. The great void fissure floated from the center of the void to the endless depths. No one knew and no one did not know. Suddenly, a ray of light flickered in the void and suddenly expanded. Two figures emerged from it. Upon closer inspection, it was a young girl with a pair of wings supporting a humanoid creature that was dressed in black and had black hair from head to toe. Naturally, it was Yun Nuashing and the little angel. After not seeing each other for a few hours, Yun Nuashing did not know where she had gone for another round. Now her entire body was emitting the word weak. "Are you all right?" The little angel supported Yun Nuashing as they slowly descended from the void. She looked at the void and let out a long sigh. Then, she said faintly, "You said that the next goal would be to come directly here. But in the end, you forcefully set up 6 time nodes in 3 hours." When she saw that he was so tired that he was about to lose his soul, her frown deepened. "Why do you have to do this?" "You're asking me." Yun Nuashing clutched her chest and rolled her eyes. "How would I know what I'm doing?" After taking a deep breath, he slowly stood up. However, he only stood up straight. His pale face told everyone in the void that he was about to reach his limit again. Setting up a time node required a lot of time. Normally, they would only be able to set up less than 3 time nodes in 3 hours. However, he had used his own energy to forcefully catalyze many processes. The results were spectacular, but the price he had to pay was also terrible. The little angel looked at the fearless smile on that white face and suddenly felt that it was not as bad as it imagined. After all, it was this guy's own fault. 3 hours ago, he had said that it was his intuition. Then he started working like crazy. After working so hard, he finally came to this place. This was the place that he had said that he would come to 3 hours ago. In the end, she did not know what stimulated him. Why did he suddenly go crazy? Yun Nuashing stood on the spot and rested for a while. When the feeling of nervous exhaustion subsided a little, he slowly took out the cold black metal piece from the pendant. Just as he was about to do something, the little angel held his hand from the side and said, "Wait a minute. Do you know what you're here for?" Yun Nuashing was stunned. "Aren't you going to open the void rift?" Hearing that, the little angel opened her mouth in shock. "Who told you to open this thing? Did these 3 hours spoil your brain? In the end, the void rift, the time node. What are you doing here?" Yun Nuashing shook his head absent-mindedly. He was a little anxious. He had forgotten his original purpose. That was true. Why did he come to this place? Hui told him that I Ching's information mentioned the time crystal and the void rift. Perhaps he should take a look at the Sea of Time first? Seeing that he had calmed down, the little angel breathed a sigh of relief. This guy's brain must have been fried from overworking. He wanted to mess around when she was not looking at him for a while. After a while, seeing that he was focused on the void, looking into the depths of the void, as if he saw something, the little angel also focused on that direction. The little angel was not sure if he could see anything in the Sea of Time. The scene in front of his eyes became a little blurry. It was a completely different feeling from when he looked into the Sea of Time. There was a kind of consciousness that was frozen at the same time as time, or falling into chaos. His consciousness was exposed in the chaos of the void land. It was a very strange feeling. He could not explain it in a short time. When his consciousness left the chaos, his vision gradually stabilized. What he saw was 2 layers of dark yellow crystals pressing down on him from above and below. There was an ancient presence that was suffocating. Is this why he specifically mentioned this place? Yun Nuashing's voice came from the side. He reached out to touch the dark yellow crystal layer, expecting to touch the surface of the water. However, when his hand reached out, he felt a cold and hard touch. The Sea of Time in front of us has been frozen, literally. Such a scene only exists in theory. This is the first time I've seen it. He let his consciousness return to its original position and turned to look at Yun Nuashing. Just as he was about to ask, he caught a glimpse of it. It was still in the dark yellow space of the Sea of Time. He was stunned. "When did we come in?" "Just now, during the few seconds when my consciousness was confused. We were probably sucked in." Yun Nuashing stood on the crystallized sea of time below. He stomped his feet a few times, but it did not move. He raised his head and looked up. There was also a Sea of Time hanging upside down in the sky. Similarly, it had turned into crystals. This Sea of Time has encountered an unprecedented disaster. It is more terrible than all the disasters you can imagine combined. It has been frozen. This Sea of Time, this space, the void, Everything here has been frozen on the day the Sea of Time was fixed. However, it continues to exist eternally and will never be destroyed. Yun Nuashing turned around and walked quickly into the distance. His trench coat and long hair fluttered in the wind. When the little angel saw him, she quickly followed behind him. The day the Sea of Time froze, doesn't that mean? Yun Nuashing raised his head and narrowed his eyes slightly. At the end of the 39th era, which was also the moment when the mythological era ended, there were remnants of chaotic energy everywhere. The chaotic energy was full of destruction. The gentle energy was full of infinite vitality. The power of destruction and rebirth kept turning in this place, but they could not escape from the corner where they were active. Everything here was frozen, everything was fixed. The destructive power of the first generation of the great deity had completely destroyed the void and the Sea of Time. What was left here was just a crystallized world. There would be no new life, no release. Everything was trapped here and became an eternal reflection. This is the power of the heavenly god of origin, the power of that realm. She looked around. When she heard what Yun Nuashing said, she only felt fear in her heart when she saw the frozen space. It was as if there was an indestructible soul of the dead lingering in this place, watching the uninvited guests who had barged in. Perhaps this is just the tip of the iceberg. Yun Nuashing let out a long sigh of relief. This is just the great destruction caused by the aftermath of their or her energy. An even greater amount of energy should have poured out from the center of this space and ended that battle. At the same time, it also caused this unexpected scene. I'm a little worried. Worried? Yun Nuashing let out a bitter laugh and shook his head. To be honest, when I accidentally fell into this space, I already thought of myself as a dead person. I didn't know when I would meet something and die, and I just ascended in broad daylight for no reason. This is the place where the first generation of great heavenly gods fell. All of the rules, karma, and order have been completely destroyed. All of the rules, karma, and order have been tangled up like hemp rope. I don't even dare to think about what will happen if I casually walk into this space. But now there's no turning back. The little angel was stunned for a moment. Her floating figure paused for a moment, and she stopped to look at him. From the beginning, she had felt that something was wrong. He seemed to be inexplicably excited, but also seemed to be somewhat afraid. His hands were faintly trembling in his pockets, but she didn't know why they were trembling. She gently floated to his side. When she saw that his cold and hard face was slightly pale, she couldn't help but ask, "Are you afraid?" "If I say that I'm a little afraid, would you believe me?" Yun Nuashing grinned and laughed. The little angel nodded her head. Yun Nuashing laughed silently. He looked at the hand that was held by the little angel and didn't care about anything else. He just walked forward and said softly, "Do you believe in fate?" It did not answer. He had merely asked the question and was not waiting for it to answer. After a while, he muttered to himself, "I'm already a being of this realm, yet I'm still saying those two words. It's a little laughable. In fact, ever since I came here from the future, I felt that everything I've experienced in this very moment was a replay. Everything that could not be changed, yet I stubbornly wanted to twist something. I thought I had done it, but it was actually something that was destined to happen. I was destined to do something, destined to do that, destined to come here. When I think about it this way, I feel that I don't have the motivation to do anything. But in reality, if I don't do anything, those destined things might not happen. In order to change the past, in order to make up for this mistake, reality might collapse into an even worse future. Even if this is a dream, even if this is something that happened in the past, I don't want to see the future so chaotic. So I'm doing my best. I don't know why I'm reaping what I sowed. Perhaps the knot in my heart is really affecting me greatly. Even if I know that this is something that can't be avoided in the future, at the very least, I don't want to see that scene here. For that, I'm willing to risk everything." The little angel listened and remained silent. She squeezed his hand and said softly, "Then why are you afraid?" It's because I know that perhaps I'm destined to come here. But this is the place where the power of the origin great deity remains. In this life, the place that I don't want to be involved with the most is the realm of the gods. Their power remains, and they trapped me for dozens of eras without letting me go. Who knows what I'll run into in this place? Listening to him, he seemed to have some resentment towards the origin heavenly gods. Perhaps he also felt some resentment towards them. For no reason at all, they had placed this burden on a person who only wanted to live as he pleased every day. This dark age was a small beginning. If it wasn't for this, perhaps the path of the future would be completely different. Quarter Moon wouldn't have come to that step, and she wouldn't have made arrangements that would affect the future of the future. And then, now that he had bumped into this place, the uneasiness and resentment in his heart had all risen to unprecedented heights. God knows what he would do in a while. This crystallized sea of time. Can time nodes still be set? It decided that before he became even more uneasy and irritable, it would be better to change the topic and let him think about something else. Yun Nuashing muttered and shook her head. I don't know. Crystallization of time, probably named by someone who had seen the situation here. The sea of time here is frozen, and everything is frozen on the day of the disaster. This entire region and the entire void has become like this. When the great void fissure drifts along with the void, it would infect the void and the sea of time passing by, turning them into this sickly state. Once it leaves that region, it would recover after some time. But now, there's probably no time for it to leave, and it has occupied the sea of time. In other words, it's very difficult for me to set up a time node in this frozen sea of time. I can't even find where the hole in the sea of time is. You're asking me what to do. Yun Nuashing revealed a smile that was uglier than crying. How would I know what to do? Chapter 1255. Destroyed at the end of the 39th era, that space had suffered the most terrible and unimaginable destruction in this world, becoming an eternal relic that stood in the sea of time and would never wither. That space. Yes, that space. Which space is it? Is it the temple of the gods of origin that appeared on the murals, or a bigger space, or something else? But these were not important. What was important was that now, this eternal relic had become a source of destruction that constantly affected the surrounding space. It was constantly destroying the surrounding space, freezing the sea of time in this void, turning this place into a meaningless, crystallized space. It's not working. I can't find the place at all. Is there really no way at all? The little angel sat down dejectedly and turned to look at Yun Nuashing, who had to stop 2 seconds earlier due to exhaustion, and said, Let's not do it here. Let's go somewhere else. The setting of the time node is not completely limited to only one. Yun Nuashing sighed helplessly. The sea of time in this realm is completely frozen, and all information has been washed clean. Everything is frozen in this golden, crystallized space. Disorder, information disorder, time disorder. I just tried to use my divine power to reverse the distortion of the local area, but it didn't work. He looked up helplessly and covered his eyes with his palm. After all, this is the energy left by the gods of origin. The situation in the sea of time is terrible now. Fortunately, it's only this area. I did a little calculation. If this frozen phenomenon occupies 1/10 of the size of the sea of time, the space in this realm will become a mess. The little angel gritted its teeth and kept glancing around. They had been wandering in this gorgeous, crystallized sea of time for 2 hours. They did not know where they were going, did not know if they were going forward or where they were going. They could not go out, nor could they do anything to this place. It was as if they were trapped in a prison. It was said that it had been 2 hours, but its sense of time had gradually become blurry, and it could not clearly perceive what time it was now. It was as if its sense of time had been weakened as the sea of time froze. Yun Nuashing looked at the little angel, who was so depressed that even its wings drooped down, and its beautiful silver hair lost its luster. He shook his head, helplessly. They had inexplicably entered this place for some time now. How long? Maybe 2 hours, maybe 5 hours, maybe even their sense of time had become blurry. In fact, it might have been a few years. During this period of time, he did not think of resting or adjusting his body, nor did he feel uneasy. Since they were here, they should just take it as it was. In his long life, he had already adapted to all kinds of bizarre situations. What was more exciting? Speaking of which, this might be the most exciting thing he had ever encountered in his life. Just think about it, they were in the frozen sea of time. A little bit of the surface was the void, that space full of God's destruction storms. Hey, those who touched it would die. That void, that weak barrier of time could not withstand the turbulence of the God's destruction storms and was broken. If a little of the storm was swept into the sea of time, then they would be buried here and no one would ever know. Yun Nuashing tapped his temple with his wrist. His soul was silent. Huey's soul seed did not move at all. He could not even sense his situation. Vice versa, it was probably the same. He had mysteriously disappeared, and the soul seed could not sense his situation. He did not know whether he was dead or alive. That guy was probably very anxious now, but there was no way out even if he was anxious. He also wanted to get out of here as soon as possible, solve the mess in front of him as soon as possible, and then find a place to have a good sleep. He did not care about the underworld or the world of order. He did not care about anything. He did not want to care about anything. The weight on his back lightened. The little angel was stunned for a moment. He hurriedly turned his head and saw Yun Nuashing falling to the side with an extremely pale face. He was startled and quickly reached out to support him. Hey, you're still. He was still okay. He was just too weak. The little angel heaved a sigh of relief. However, this situation was not good. He had just gotten out of the weakened state not long ago, and he had spent a lot of effort to set up the time node. Not long after, his body became extremely weak again, and he entered this place. This frozen sea of time did not have any trace of energy, and there was no way for him to recover. Furthermore, he used his energy to maintain the barrier to isolate the chaotic law fragments that filled this place. If it was a normal person, they might be able to hold on, but this guy, don't force yourself if you haven't recovered yet. Really. The little angel let out a long sigh. She bent down and picked him up. I'm not really your baby sister. If there's anything, just tell me. I can support the energy barrier and take over your shift. Ever since he started using this body and this face, he had intentionally or unintentionally treated it as his baby sister. He held it in the palm of his hand and was afraid that she would bump into it. How should he put it? He had spoiled it too much. It should be known that Ming and the others were not vases that needed his protection all the time. Although they enjoyed the process of being protected by him, they would occasionally reveal a little bit of their violent side. Well, it was all because of him. He sighed helplessly. Anyway, he was such a person. He bore the greatest suffering in this world, but he could not bear to see them suffer. Feelings could indeed change a person. However, when it came to him, it changed in an extreme direction. How should he put it? To quote someone, he seemed to have become weak because of this. He did not know who said it, but this sentence had been echoing in his heart. Perhaps he had understood something and knew something in advance. That was why he chose to put the chains on his heart at that time. It was to prevent himself from coming into contact with those overly beautiful things. It would make him weak. It was not that he was worried for nothing. There were many big things that happened when it came to feelings. Oh, I digressed. It carried him and floated in the sea of time crystals like a ghost. A few hours had passed. It did not know how long it had been. Its sense of time had become completely blurry. There was only the unchanging golden color in its sight. The golden crystals embedded in the sky, and the earth rose and fell like the sea. They were like inverted mountains and peaks. They were gorgeous, dazzling, and confusing. Hey, do something. We've been here for a long time. It looked at the sleeping beauty in its arms, who was wrapped in its wings. It could not help but sigh. If this continued, there would be no end to it. Yun Nuashing's eyes were tightly shut, as if he was sleeping soundly. His long eyelashes fluttered lightly, as if there was no movement at all. He lowered his head to take a look and helplessly shook his head. He was already very tired. Let him rest for a while. Furthermore, he had never thought of asking him for any help at this time. It was just a little extravagant hope. Something slipped out of his hand that was hiding in his sleeve. It touched the pendant on his chest and made a clattering sound. It was slightly stunned. It lowered its head again and opened his sleeve with its jade-like hand. It took out a palm-sized piece of broken black iron. When it saw that piece of iron, its golden pupils shrank slightly. It knew this. It had appeared in his memory. It was the key to opening the big crack in the void. He had been holding on to the key all this while. Now that he had unintentionally revealed it, was he hinting at something? That key could open that big crack in the void, but in this crystallized sea of time, could it open the door? Forget it. Let's give it a try first. It shook its head and gritted its teeth fiercely. Its jade-like hand took the fragment. Energy gradually surged into the key. It gently drew an arc in the space in front of it. It was like a hard iron tool drawing a white mark on a peeling surface, but the mark left behind was difficult to erase. It was slightly stunned and looked at the fragment in its hand curiously. When it saw that the white mark did not have any movement, it was about to draw another opening. Suddenly, a sense of danger surged in its heart. Without thinking, it hurriedly retreated and hid behind a time crystal that protruded from the ground. Then a rumbling sound, like a strong wind knocking open a door, exploded in this silent sea region. Bang! A huge amount of energy suddenly surged out of the white mark that was drawn by the fragment. The energy blasted the white mark into a huge crater. An energy that was terrifying enough to make the Yuan realm tremble surged out of the crater with a rumbling sound. It brought with it the sound of a huge storm that lingered in everyone's ears. The endless storm of energy swept up all the colors in the world. It was as if all kinds of light had burst out from it, dyeing the world in all its splendor. It was like a storm, a tornado, and also a huge vortex that swallowed everything. Even the crystallized sea of time began to tremble. The surface of the crystal was like a transparent mirror. It constantly shook and trembled. Cracks tore open on the surface, and golden energy gushed out from the cracks like a spring. Under the ravaging of the god obliteration storm, the sea of time that had turned into a time crystal actually had a crack ripped open, as if it was about to return to its original state. The violent suction pulled at everything in the space. Even the mountainous time crystal could not withstand it and was about to be ripped apart. When it saw the huge crack that penetrated the inside of the sea of time, a sliver of fear surged into its golden eyes. It wanted to spread its wings and fly away, but the storm surged into the sea of time. The violent wind brought with it the power of laws and the power of shattering. It was unable to take a single step from behind the mountain. If it tried to fly out by force, its wings would definitely be snapped, and then it would be sucked into the opening of the god obliteration storm. Even if it did not move, it would still be sucked in with the mountain. Bang! A dull sound exploded behind it, causing its heart to skip a beat. It turned around abruptly and saw the dark yellow energy, liquid, gushing towards it like a flood. For a moment, it seemed to be scared silly. It subconsciously hugged Yin Nuashing tightly and wrapped its pure white wings around the two of them. Then, an even more intense feeling of weightlessness surged into its heart. Through the gaps between its wings, it saw the time crystals exploding into pieces and losing their crystallization. The energy of the sea of time turned into an ocean once again, mixing with the time crystals here. It was stirred up by the god-destroyer storm until the sky and earth were turned upside down. Monstrous waves that were millions of feet high and huge waves that were the size of the sun were stirred up. This ocean seemed to be about to flip over. When a huge wave hit its body head-on, it didn't hurt much. It felt the aura of the decay of time, as if several eras had passed in an instant. The force that hit its body didn't hurt, but it was very strong. It slapped them out of the sea of time and followed the suction force that came from the gigantic crack in the sky. What wrapped around it was the dark yellow seawater that seemed to have been swept up into the sky by a tornado. There were also some huge crystals that exploded one by one and turned into even more seawater that wrapped them up and rushed towards the crack. What swept past it was the suffocating God Destroyer storm. That energy made it a life form that was not born in a world of order. Feel the danger of a catastrophe. However, it couldn't move. It tried its best to do something, to change something, but it could only watch as the two of them got closer and closer to the gigantic crack in the void. Behind it, there was the surging and surging energy of the sea of time that was being sucked up. It rushed towards the crack like a water dragon, and they were surrounded by tens of thousands of water dragons. There was also a huge ball of liquid that wrapped around them. It was wishful thinking that this sea of time was protecting them. It was just comforting itself. How could it do such a thing? Close. Very close. In another 10 seconds, they would be swept into the God Annihilation storm along with the sea of time. The huge sea of time didn't move at all. On the other hand, the God Annihilation storm seemed to be even more violent and violent. When it swept up, it seemed to be able to shatter the entire void. "We're done for," this voice echoed in its heart. It saw the storm that contained all the dazzling light in the world approaching at an unimaginable speed, as if they were about to fall into a black hole in an instant. That was the last thing it saw. In the next moment, it almost subconsciously hugged Yin Nuashing as tightly as it could. Its pure white wings wrapped tightly around the both of them. The dark yellow seawater was churned, and colorful light shone through its wings and into its eyes through its eyelids. It felt as if it was about to die. The intense pain it imagined didn't appear. There was no earth-shattering explosion of energy, and there was no pain. However, it couldn't feel anything either. It was probably due to the injury of the rules. It couldn't even feel itself anymore. No, there was still a warm body in its embrace. It was the person it had risked its life to protect. It was so warm that it gradually came back to its senses. It had to be a lie. It should have already been shattered by the divine destruction storm. Could it be that it had already entered the reincarnation road? Had it stepped into the reincarnation road with him? Even if it was this kind of ending, it didn't seem too bad. At least, it wasn't lonely. But it didn't seem to be that simple. How should it put it? It could clearly feel that it was still alive, even though it was just a little bit and a very weak feeling. It nervously swallowed a mouthful of saliva and could still feel its heart beating. Wait, could it really still be alive? It suddenly opened its eyes, and its golden pupils blossomed with a brilliant golden color. With just a glance, it almost fainted from fright. Its surroundings were filled with dazzling, colorful light in all directions. It was so blurry that it couldn't see anything. It could only feel that there was a violent energy storm wreaking havoc outside. With just a glance, its soul gave itself a few hundred warnings. They were in the divine destruction storm. At the place where the storm swept through, its body was wrapped in a dark yellow liquid. It could see that this ball of water seemed to be suspended in the air and twisted as it was blown by the wind. Some parts of the water droplets were uniformly pointing to the right, and it could feel that they were slowly advancing forward. The surrounding storm was also becoming more and more intense and violent. It had every reason to believe that even if that person came here that day, he definitely wouldn't be able to last for more than a moment. Did we survive? It slumped down with lingering fear, its entire body breaking out in cold sweat. Its consciousness could sense that beyond the dark yellow energy cluster was the infinite energy of death. Although it did not know what had happened and why the energy of the crystallized sea of time would protect them, there was no condition for it to figure out what had actually happened. Either way, it had happened just like that. There was no need to ask, for it wouldn't know even if it did. After a few minutes, it sensed that the divine destruction storm had risen to the most powerful energy level it had ever sensed in its life. In the very next instant, all the wind around it vanished, and everything became quiet. It could only feel a bright light before its eyes, and was forced to close them. When the light before its eyes dimmed a little, it then carefully opened its eyes. The storm was gone. The divine destruction storm was gone. Behind it was a mountain shrouded in a dim, starry sky. The divine destruction storm was nowhere to be seen, and the sky was dark. There was no sun, moon, or stars. There was no light. Everywhere was the scent of ashes that had burned out, and the land was scorched. The wind that blew past its body carried the scent of death, but it did not feel turbid. The air was still fresh, but the land looked up into the distance, a chill surging from the bottom of its heart. Was this that place? The place that had been destroyed. Chapter 1256. The name Great Void Crack was just a general term that referred to that place, but it was the place that had been destroyed. It was believed that before this place suffered such a disaster, it should have been a normal and beautiful place, or perhaps a beautiful world. Until that disaster struck, this place even lost its name and was forgotten. It was only left with the alternative name of Great Void Crack, a name that was filled with reverence and fear. If there was even a trace of respect left, perhaps it was long gone. No matter what the predecessor of this place was of the first great deity, now it only had this terrifying name. The things of the past had all been forgotten with the passing of time. Everything would be forgotten, all of it. The magnificence and nobility of this place's past was no longer something that could be seen. It did not exist in anyone's memory. What was important was what appeared before their eyes, the current scene. That's right, the current scene. The little angel slowly raised its head, holding Yun Nuashing in its arms. It stood in a circle and looked around. After confirming that it could no longer see the storm that was filled with the aura of destruction, it turned its gaze to the place where it had just been. It was a vast expanse of land with no boundaries and no signs of life. There was a starless night sky in the sky. It was pitch black, silent, and eternally silent. There was no sound of wind, no sound of insects that could be used as accompaniment to music. This place still existed, but it was already dead. Although it still existed, it was even more dead than dead. It could not imagine what this place had looked like in the past. What appeared before its eyes was a land that had been burned by flames. Gray, the color that once existed in the sky and the land, had been blown high into the sky by the flames, turning into this deathly gray and black that slowly fell down. The sky was a merciless gray and black. The silent colors were constantly being changed by the brush, outlining this unchanging space that could not be frozen forever. The person in its arms let out a sleep-talking sound and lowered its head. Yun Nuashing's forehead was sweating. She frowned and turned her head from time to time, gritting her teeth as if she was having a nightmare. She gently pressed her hand on his forehead, which was slightly hot. This temperature could probably be used to boil water. This was already the third or fourth time such a situation had occurred. His physical condition was getting worse and worse. He was clearly a great deity of the origin, but he was displaying the characteristics of a human body. Is it very uncomfortable? It bent down and put its ear close to his mouth, trying to hear what he was murmuring in his sleep, but it couldn't hear anything. It seemed to be a meaningless murmur, but it could hear that he was in pain and discomfort. It raised its head. This world was very chaotic, broken and disorderly, but there was energy. There was a weak energy flowing in this space. Its body was weakly absorbing the energy here. It wanted to gather some energy to help it recover, but in this life it was not the godly body of the receiving spirit. This place was mixed with a lot of energy, so it did not dare to act recklessly. Hey, point me in a direction. This place, where should I go? Where should I go? The little angel held Yun Nuashing and sighed softly. In fact, it didn't really want him to answer. It just wanted him to point in a direction. It felt that his direction would be more accurate. It believed in his intuition. There were other things. It let itself wander around this barren place like a wandering soul. It didn't know when it would be able to find what it wanted to find. As for what it wanted to see for now, it still wanted the person in its arms to recover. As for other things, such as exploring the space or doing other things, it could wait until after that. It sighed, holding Yun Nuashing in its arms, and slowly wandered around this land of ashes. This place was not much better than the place just now. Ashes. The air was also filled with the smell of the burning stars. The sky was filled with dust and sand. Oh, there was no wind in this place. It was so dark that it could not see anything beyond 100 meters. Everything outside was blurry. There was only an outline and nothing more. It was the residual aura of the rules. It was impossible for them not to see the scene in this small area clearly. It was just that the conditions here were limited. High up in the sky, it could only see a strange red light spot. It did not look like starlight. It only noticed it a few minutes ago. That starlight could not illuminate the night sky, nor could it point out any path. It was always hanging at that angle. No matter how far it went, it could not get any closer. The night was a little cold. It could not help but shrink its wings. Of course, this was the fault of the broken rules here. It seemed to have become immortal, rushing in a dark night without any starlight. It did not know where to go or where the road ahead was. It was not used to the strange air, and the cold made its physical strength deplete too quickly. Even the circulation of its energy had become slow. He curled up in its arms and slept quietly. His body leaned slightly against it. It was very warm, as if he was hugging a heater. Compared to this warmth, the cold of the night was not worth mentioning. Looking at the beautiful face, it could not help but smile. It bent its wings and used the tip of its feathers to gently rub the tip of his nose. Seeing the tip of his nose moving slightly, it could not help but laugh. When this guy was quiet, even a slight pose would become a work of art. Perhaps 4 or 5 hours had passed. The little angel slowly sat down on a stone on a hillside. However, it did not really sit on the stone. Its body always kept an inch or 2 away from the stone and the ground. It looked at a withered tree next to it and gently reached out its hand. However, it did not touch it. It quickly waved its hand to form a palm wind. The tree turned into a pile of black ashes and drifted between the sky and the earth. Exhaling, it stretched its body and flapped its wings. The movement of its body was a little too big. The black stone that it was sitting on dissipated with a breeze. It staggered to its feet and stumbled a few steps forward. Looking at the disappearing stone behind it, it shook its head helplessly and casually sat down on the hillside. This was not the first time it saw this place. In the beginning, it saw a lot of strange, withered plants on the roadside. They seemed to be weathered buildings or strange objects. Those things existed here and once existed here. They had all become like this after the flash of destruction. They were destroyed, but they did not completely disappear. They were as fragile as the wind and sand that could be easily blown away. Sitting on the ground and resting for a while, the little angel habitually looked up at the sky. There was a stiff and bitter smile on its face. There was no sun, moon, or stars in the sky. It could not tell the time now. Maybe a few days had passed, or maybe it was only a few minutes or 2 hours. Or maybe it had lost all sense of time and unexpectedly felt sleepy. It was a slight feeling that could be suppressed. After sitting in boredom for a while, it decided to continue moving forward and walk around. Where should it go? Where could it go in this world of pure destruction? Walking around for a while, it felt like it was doing something, dealing with something, comforting itself. It was a little irritated. Its holy face showed some displeasure. It knew that it was irritated. In fact, it was just to cover up another feeling. When he was not here, it always felt like it could not find its direction. It did not know what to do or where to go. When it discovered this feeling, it was startled, but it quickly calmed down. There was a bitter smile on its face, and there was a bit of self-mockery. It turned out that the attachment of those girls in its memory to it was formed like this. They were always by its side, following it closely, and after a long time, they followed its footsteps. No matter where it went, it was as if there was no one there. That kind of feeling of being at ease. Now, it was tired and fell asleep. It wandered aimlessly in this strange, dead gray world, not knowing where it was. It actually felt a little uncomfortable in its heart. The world after the apocalypse was dead silent. It was like the silence before birth. However, that period of time was when the world was at its purest. That purity would gradually weaken with the birth of life. Then, countless lives would be squeezed into a world that was not spacious. Many things would happen. Karma would entangle, the rules would weaken, and the world itself would no longer be peaceful. Now it was countless years after the apocalypse. But on the second day of the apocalypse, everything returned to peace. The world returned to its initial quiet state, but everything was lost. It was a little lost. It walked in this world without a soul. It was quiet, so quiet that it was frightening. Nonsense. It had repeated that word countless times in its mind. It was lost, and its footsteps were a little shaky. However, it did not feel tired. It was just that its heart seemed to be gradually getting heavier. Unwittingly, it had crossed another plane. No, there was only one. Unwittingly, it had walked very far away. After turning around a place that resembled a basin, a cliff suddenly appeared before its eyes. The drop in a straight line could be tens of thousands of feet. The land before its eyes had sunk tens of thousands of feet. Looking at the scene before its eyes in the dark night, it was as if there were countless bizarre objects reaching up to the sky from the cliff below. There were bizarre scars, cracks in the void, and cracks in the barrier of time. All of those scars were frozen. Those were the scars left behind by that battle that could not be healed. Ugh! It had only taken a single glance for it to feel unusually uncomfortable, and hurriedly retreated from the edge of the cliff. That single glance was as if it had seen a decaying land where 10,000 worlds were buried. The continent and the other parts of the land were absolutely silent, but the place before its eyes was already emanating the scent of death and decay. It was as if tens of thousands of giants had been buried here. The stench was so strong that even a holy being like it could not stand it. It was as if a surging darkness was surging, causing it to feel a sense of scope surging in its mind. Could this be the center of that great battle? Its beautiful face was slightly pale. There was not much light, and even the simplest light and darkness could not be separated. The entire area was filled with boundless desolation and misery. There was no longer a trace of sadness, hatred, resentment, or many other feelings of unwillingness. All of them were hovering in this place, unable to dissipate. It was as if countless spirits of the dead were entrenched in this place. With a strong sense of resentment, a weak voice came from its arms, causing it to lower its head in ecstasy. It saw a pair of black eyes slowly opening. He was weak, so weak that he could not move. He raised his hand weakly and reached out towards the decaying land of death, as if he wanted to grab something. "You're awake." It smiled in surprise. Suddenly, it lowered its head and gently pecked the corner of his mouth with its soft red lips. Yun Nuashing had just woken up and almost fainted. When it raised its head, it gently raised its head. Its beautiful face was slightly red. "What are you doing?" It suddenly woke up and stuck out its tongue. "I was affected by her memories in your memories." Yun Nuashing rolled its eyes. If it was not for the fact that it saw itself in a strange place filled with death and resentment, it would have been pulled back to the 139th era. Really, that action was too similar. It was exactly the same. It was just that the place where it kissed was not quite right. All right, it was not the time to think about this. Yun Nuashing shook its head and slowly helped it stand up. It also quickly helped it up. Their eyes met 2 to 3 inches away from each other. Both of them were stunned. Both of their faces turned slightly red, but they quickly calmed down. "Where is this lousy place?" Yun Nuashing shook its head. It felt a little dizzy. It did not know if it was because its blood had rushed to its head or because it was too weak. "Lousy place." It smiled bitterly and stroked its long silver hair. It looked at him and was a little embarrassed. After a while, it became serious and said, "Here, but that place, you actually called it a lousy place." Yun Nuashing's expression changed. That place. Yes, he was in the sea of time just now. In the crystallized sea of time, he seemed to have heard a faint, resentful voice and inadvertently took out the black iron key. If that was the case, F*CK, don't tell me I'm in the great void crack. The little angel scratched its cheek and nodded seriously. His face, which had just turned a little red, instantly turned pale again. He almost fell down again. A few minutes later, the two of them kept walking along the cliff. It was a very long cliff. If this place was a planet, Yun Nuashing would think that it was a cliff that circled around the planet like a watermelon. If they kept walking like this, they might come back to the same place. However, he did not know whether this place was a continent or something else. The rotting land of death at the bottom of the cliff was still there, but it gradually disappeared on the other side. They walked for a long time, and that place also gradually disappeared behind them. In front of them was a perilous wonder. He felt that he might have come to the other side of the planet. In front of him was an unfamiliar, small basin. Although it was called a basin, it was more like a large crater created by something falling from above. Also, there were traces of battle everywhere. Some of the scars penetrated from the void to the ground. The sky was broken like broken glass, and there were constantly fragments falling into the void. That space was still stubbornly recovering, but it would never recover. It had resisted for a whole 11 eras. For many lives, it was an eternity. This battlefield, this place, was full of countless traces of being torn apart by the rules and destroyed by a higher power. It was difficult to repair. The damage caused to this place was eternal, and there was a lot of that energy left. The energy of the heavenly god of origin, it whispered. Yun Nuashing nodded. There was a lot, and he felt a familiar aura. It could be considered as familiar. He could not help but raise his head and look at the strange red light spot in the sky. He could not help but frown. A familiar aura. Should we go up and take a look? Chapter 1257. At the bottom of the cliff, there was another space that was even more broken. It was completely different from the world of ashes here. A depressing, dull sound slowly spread, as if an unimaginable giant beast was crawling in the depths of the dark land. The sound of heartbeats and breathing shrouded the entire land. Some kind of indescribable energy was transmitted from the depths of the dark land to the air, and the resentment that lingered there condensed into a dizzying sound. The strange breath and energy made many disorderly images surge out from the depths of the mind, as if nightmares had come true and become physical things. The physical nightmares disappeared without a trace with the faint sound of hymns. The shadows quietly retreated. On the cliff, the sacred light became the first ray of light in 11 eras. It did not pierce the darkness, nor did it drive away the cold, but it silenced some of the things that were moving in the dark. It took about 4 hours. In the blur, they could only confirm an approximate time, and there should be a big margin of error. Yun Nuashing and her person had circled the planet in this short period of time. Yes, this time they were really sure. They walked around the cliff and went back to the place where they came from. They also recognized the full appearance of the ash planet. Unfortunately, they only saw the outline of the ash planet. The planet had been burned by fire. The long night had ruled it for 11 eras, and if there were no accidents in the future, it would continue to rule it. This planet had been dead for almost an eternity, but it refused to be completely silent. In the deep darkness, it seemed to have seen the two guests who had barged in. It was so excited that it shivered, and then its whole body cracked open as if it was laughing. This statement was a little exaggerated. After all, only the dark and deep region was shaking, cutting off the sun. It was a region that had sunk 10,000 feet. Looking down at the planet from the star system, one could clearly see the sunken crater. The place was filled with endless resentment, hatred, enmity, and some strange energy. These were the remnants of the primordial great deity, or a life form similar to it. Together, they formed a bizarre scene in the region. Those scenes would only appear in front of Yun Nuashing and her person. It was like an illusion. The disgust that the little angel felt was also caused by the scene. The illusion and the real scene overlapped, and even the sound produced by the illusion rang in their ears. A dull and violent sound rang out, and a huge pillar of dust rushed into the sky. Then, the dark land split apart in front of them. Bright energy sparks spewed out from the cracks, and the pillar of dust was dyed a brilliant blue by the light. The crack pushed forward like a stormy wave, and it only stopped when it reached the cliff on the other side. In the middle, more cracks spread from all directions and collided with each other. The center of the basin suddenly collapsed, and the blue light burst out like a volcanic eruption, illuminating the entire sky. In the sky, the strange red starlight painted a ferocious and distorted face, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, like the shadow of a demon. All of this until a faintly discernible hymn sounded. All of it dissipated like smoke in the eye. Only then did Yun Nuashing watch the scene just now without any emotion. Now, seeing that everything in front of him had stopped abruptly and the crater on the planet had returned to its original state, he closed his eyes lightly, and after a moment he slowly opened them again. Everything was actually an illusion. Only the abnormal red star hanging in the sky did not change. No matter where they went, no matter how they changed their direction, it was always in the sky, right in front of them. He waved his hand to stop the little angel from releasing the divine power. The strange illusion made him worry if there was something still active in this place, if there was really something that had survived the energy explosion. Hiss! It was scary just thinking about it. It was better not to think about it. Everything just now was an illusion. She gently floated down from the sky and retracted her wings behind her. Looking at the dark land in front of her as if it had been reborn, she was a little stunned. The scene was too real, and she could not tell if it was real or not. Yun Nuashing pointed at her temple. This place was confused by the energy of the outside world, and there was a deviation in your perception, so you thought that everything was real. Well, now that you have woken up from the dream, you don't have to care about anything. Just treat it as if you had an absurd and strange dream. The little angel rubbed her eyes. The illusion seemed to be lingering in her eyes, and it affected her vision. While rubbing her eyes, she felt that her hand was pulled and her body floated up again. She quickly opened her eyes. Yun Nuashing was pulling her forward slowly, as if she was going to circle around the cliff again. Are you going to circle around again? She continued to rub her eyes, blinking from time to time. She felt that something was lingering in her eyes. There's nothing much you can do by staying here. Moreover, it's easy to hallucinate while standing here. Your divine power isn't strong enough. It's a little hard to deal with the abnormal resentment left behind on the dark land. The hallucinations will come back. Yun Nuashing turned around to look at it and said softly. They circled around the cliff aimlessly and returned to the huge gap. The more they looked at it, the more they felt that the dark land was in the middle of a mountain range. They could not see the other parts of the cliff except for this gap. They could also see the broken scene shrouded in the night of resentment and many traces of destruction. Before countless rounds of hallucinations were born, Yun Nuashing pulled the little angel back to a place where they could not see the dark land and sat down. The two people looked at each other for a long time and sighed at the same time. She stole a glance at him. She was depressed and a little confused. She was the same as she was a few hours ago, but this time she felt much more at ease when she saw him. It was that feeling again, that feeling of relief, and relief made it roll its eyes. It seemed that it would have to change its image after going out this time. However, it faintly felt that it was not bad. It seemed that it unexpectedly had the heart of a young girl. Yun Nuashing suddenly felt goosebumps. He suddenly raised his head to look at it, only to see that it was looking up at the red light spot in the sky. He also raised his head. It noticed his gaze and asked softly, "What is that red light?" Yun Nuashing looked up and remained silent. She blew out a breath and messed up her bangs. She said, "Who knows?" "You're lying," she said without looking at him. "Okay, actually I might know." Yun Nuashing smiled and hugged his bent knees with both hands, swaying his body. That person, something related to that person. I'm not very clear about the specifics. That person. She was slightly stunned. She lowered her head and saw the complicated look in his eyes. She seemed to know something. That god of destruction. Only her. Yun Nuashing let out a long sigh of relief. She stared at him for a long time and pursed her red lips until the atmosphere became heavy again. Then she said softly, "Actually, I seem to have found something strange. Don't say it." "You didn't see anything." She did not know whether to laugh or cry when she saw that he did not want to listen. She shook her head and said, "Listen to me. I think you must have seen it too. If I can see it, there's no reason that you can't see it, right?" "Ahem. Don't say it. Can't we just pretend that we didn't see it?" Yun Nuashing sighed and looked at her with some resentment. "It's no use for you to look at me like this. We're now trapped in this place and can't find a way out. Even if we get out, we won't be able to find a solution. So we have to solve the problem in this place before we can get out, right?" As she spoke, she seemed to be talking to herself. She raised her head and flapped her wings unconsciously. "Actually, I have a rough idea. Maybe you know more, or maybe you know the same as me. Just stay here and do nothing. I don't have any opinions. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. But you—" She lowered her head and looked at Yun Nuashing, who looked a little unhappy. She smiled and said, "You care a lot about the outside world. We have been cut off from the outside world for a long time. We will be worried about you." Yun Nuashing stood up with a bang, startling her. He looked gloomy and said, "Let's go." She shivered and shrunk her neck. "Where are we going?" "To the place you urged me to go." He rolled his eyes and angrily grabbed its hand. Then he turned around and walked towards the cliff. He walked faster and faster. That expression, this scene, and this dark night from his back, one could almost see the tragic expression on his face. Why don't you think about it again? I think it's not a big deal. Maybe we can solve it by going to other places. Hey, you really want to go?" "Wait a minute. I'm afraid of heights." Ignoring the little angel behind him who could not even find an excuse, Yun Nuashing reached out and pulled it into his arms. Then he pulled it and jumped off the cliff. The distance between the two people and the dark land was rapidly decreasing. It saw that the shadow that was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws seemed to be extending its strange palms and arms, as if it was inviting them to become one of its members. The wind that blew against its face contained an eternal and crazy resentment. It could clearly feel something, the energy that was spreading in the air. The one who caused this world to shatter was that god. That's how it is. Hearing her words, Yun Nuashing answered matter-of-factly, "In that picture, in that record, in front of that throne, the god of destruction triggered an energy destruction and everything." You reminded me. I just remembered that this place is different from the place I've seen before. Maybe what?" She suddenly forgot her fear and asked curiously. Yun Nuashing was silent for a while. He sighed and adjusted his angle to land. "Let's talk about it later. I'm not very sure." Just as he was about to land on the dark land, the little angel suddenly spread his wings and flapped them a few times. The strong wind blew away the black dust on the ground. Yun Nuashing saw that the strange dust was squirming like mud and retreating. It was not a posture of being blown away. Immediately he became vigilant. Ugh! She had just landed on the ground with Yun Nuashing when she suddenly covered her forehead. Her brows were tightly knitted, and there was a look of discomfort and pain on her face. Seeing this, Yun Nuashing held the nether void sword in front of him and walked 2 steps forward to block her. "What's wrong?" "Sounds. But I don't understand." Her answer was not out of Yun Nuoshing's expectations. After hearing her words, he wrinkled his nose and said, "Don't listen. Don't listen to those things. They're not anything good." In this place that was filled with endless resentment, the resentment left behind by the heavenly god of origin or some other strange life form of the same level as the heavenly god of origin, the sounds she heard were definitely not anything good. Fortunately, she couldn't understand what the resentment in this place was saying. The little angel nodded obediently. After blocking her own senses, the discomfort she felt was greatly reduced. "What are those things? What are they?" Yun Nuoshing tilted his head and looked around. He said, "Some lingering thoughts of the dead heavenly gods. Their whispers are filled with undying resentment." "Ha! I suddenly understand something. In this place, those low and crazy voices, if you listen to too many of them, you might become—" He kept using his eyes to point at some places in front of him, as if he was hinting at something. She was slightly stunned. She also looked at the squirming sludge around her, and her pretty face turned slightly pale. Did he mean that she would become one of those things? Her face turned pale, and she tugged at his sleeve. "What are those things?" "Things that are born from the accumulation of resentment. They don't have any intelligence. You can think of them as some kind of vengeful spirit, but they're not the usual vengeful spirits." Yun Nuoshing pointed at the black sludge that was still squirming. He thought for a moment, and then put down the netherworld ruin sword in front of him. The elements of destruction spread out from his body, and his eyes turned pure black. Even the whites of his eyes disappeared. "Follow me closely. Don't stray too far away." She quickly grabbed his arm and followed behind him step by step. When she saw that the mud-like, vengeful spirits were retreating because of the elements of destruction, she relaxed a little. She was a little curious. Since when can your elements of destruction be used to drive away vengeful spirits? Yun Nuoshing staggered, and his face darkened. "These aren't vengeful spirits. Forget it." He shook his head and gave up on talking nonsense with her. He explained seriously, "These are just low-level life forms condensed from the undying obsessions left behind by the fallen gods. In my eyes, they can't even be considered life forms. For low-level life forms like these, what they are most afraid of is energy similar to the element of annihilation. This kind of energy that can distort everything is almost their natural enemy." She was a little relieved after hearing that, but she still didn't dare to relax. This strange dark land. She seemed to see many black claws reaching out from the ground and the air, and from the cracks in space. But when she got closer, she found that there was nothing. Bang! A piece of space debris fell from the sky and landed beside the two people. A certain frightened little angel was startled. She grabbed Yun Nuoshing and almost pulled him to the ground. Yun Nuoshing looked at her frightened face and felt helpless. Why didn't he know that this guy had a timid side? "Because I'm scared. After walking into this place, I felt that something was wrong all over my body. It was as if there were millions of pairs of eyes full of resentment staring at us from all directions. The owners of those gazes wanted to kill us at any time, anywhere, and divide us up and eat us." Yun Nuoshing was speechless at that time. He carefully thought about that scene and had goosebumps all over his body. It had to be said that this little angel had succeeded in giving him a fright. "Where are we going?" After walking for a few minutes, the little angel finally couldn't help but ask, "To the depths, to the place where we want to go." These words, which seemed to be guided by something, made the little angel's heart skip a beat. She thought that he was also being controlled. She quickly reached out her hand and pinched his face. When she saw him looking at her in pain and confusion, she withdrew her hand in embarrassment. "I thought you were killed without knowing." Yun Nuoshing let out a long sigh. "Have you ever thought about how this world was destroyed?" Yun Nuoshing suddenly changed the topic. "This world?" He tilted his head. "According to my memory." "Oh, according to your memory. It was caused by the god of destruction, right? The god of destruction had released all of her energy. A powerful explosion of energy had destroyed everything. At least, that was what he saw in his memory. However, he seemed to have said something that caught his attention. You said that this place, Yun Nuashing, raised the Netherworld Ruin sword. The elements of annihilation danced on the tip of the sword, dispersing some of the vengeful spirits that were not afraid of death. He even casually killed some of them. Indeed, I just noticed that this place is not quite the same as the scene I saw. Not quite. Yun Nuashing nodded. He waved the Netherworld Ruins sword and pointed at this place. He said softly, "This place and the place behind it are not the same as the scene I saw. Over there." She was standing on that throne with her back facing those. "Here, I can't see anything. I can't see the shattered temple or the shattered throne. If they were destroyed, nothing should be left behind. However, here. Do you think that the god of destruction released all of her divine energy and divinity would leave behind such strange things?" The little angel shook her head. With the heavenly destruction god's power, he would be able to annihilate even a ghost if he were to unleash his full power. How could he have left behind such a strange place? Could it be that this isn't a spatial rift? Yun Nuashing shook his head. The passage you opened in the sea of time with a key does indeed lead to the great void fissure. However, we never knew what was going on inside the great void fissure. Who told you that this was definitely the place where the god of origin fell? Is there anything else? He widened his eyes and raised his head. Suddenly he thought of something. Wait, you mean the great void fissure is not just a single place. This is an entire region, a destroyed star region? According to what we know, there is an 80% chance that this is the case. Yun Nuashing sighed and nodded. Seeing this, his golden eyes narrowed slightly. Then where is the real place? Yun Nuashing remained silent. He waved the Netherworld Ruins sword and sent out 2 streaks of sword chi that contained energy, dispersing the vengeful spirits that approached him. He walked forward for a long distance before he freed up a hand and slowly extended it toward the sky. He raised his head and looked in the direction he was pointing at. His breathing became sluggish. It was that red star. There. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. How do we get to that place? This I really don't know. Yun Nuashing shook his head. However, I know how this place was formed. Look at this dark land. Look at its shape on this planet. Doesn't it look like— He drew a circle with his hand and then poked it with his finger. He looked at it and said, "It couldn't have been killed by the god of destruction, right? Then isn't this the place where the enemies of the god of origin were at during the Battle of the Gods, all those years ago?" Probably. Seeing her pretty face pale, Yun Nuashing smiled very unscrupulously and nodded. Chapter 1258. This dark land, this planet that Yun Nuashing and the others mistook as the only region of the Great Void Fissure, was actually a planet that was destroyed by the gods of origin in the battle back then. Needless to say, this planet was a foothold or a base camp of the enemy. They had only discovered this after the fact. Now that they knew, the little angel instantly had goosebumps all over his body and almost fainted. This feeling was exactly the same as thinking that one was walking in hell, but in reality one was walking in a deeper hell. Otherwise, why was it said that the ignorant were fearless? But now I understand why this place has become like this. It patted its chest and sighed. I thought that the home of the heavenly god of origin and the others would be destroyed like this after that battle. To build such a dark and deep thing in the enemy's home. How should I put it? It's a little sad. The protectors of the Deyuan realm, the gods of origin. If their temple was really like this, it would be a little too tragic. Yun Nuashing sighed and said softly to himself, "How rare can such things be?" The little angel turned around and was startled when he saw Yun Nuashing's gloomy look. If that was the case, something similar had happened to this guy, and it had happened many times. The realm of the gods that he guarded had been destroyed several times, but there were many beings in the realm of the gods that he guarded that did not allow him to exist. The dark temple that he had built was exiled in the void of the divine land of darkness and occupied by the manifestations of the void mist. How different could these things be from what he had just imagined? It's good that it landed here. I still can't find a way to get to that red star now. So, I came here to take a look and understand what happened back then. As Yun Nuashing walked, he suddenly squatted down and picked up a broken crystal that was buried in the ground from the pile of black ashes. He stared at the crystal, and a divine light bloomed in his eyes. I have always been curious. Back then, those origin great deities who stood at the peak of the great primordial realm, what exactly did they encounter during the end of the mythological era? And what exactly happened that caused all of them to fall? You've discussed this topic with Violet Knight before. With its hands behind its back, it bent over and stared at the shard. Perhaps something big happened. Perhaps it was an internal strife, or something even scarier than that. Or perhaps the dark side of this world. Just like the sin of the world that you've been tainted with, something came out from the dark side of the world. In any case, something big must have happened. It was just a casual remark, saying whatever came to its mind. However, the possibility of that happening was minuscule and infinitely close to zero. It was almost impossible for it to happen. Things that belonged to the dark side of the world would not come out of their own accord, and it was impossible for anything abnormal to be born there. Yun Nuashing's situation was purely his own bad luck. He brought the seed with him to the bottom of the conceptual layer of the rules, causing that thing in the conceptual layer of the rules to come closer. In the end, he came into contact with the sins of the world that he was now shouldering. Yun Nuashing stood up and twirled the transparent shard with 2 fingers. With a gentle rub, the shard disappeared. Perhaps it's just a small matter. To them, it's a small matter. Perhaps it's just a conflict. But to the people below, it's a small matter of their ladder. To them and us, it's a big matter that could easily involve the whole world and the whole primordial realm. In the end, it's a matter of life and death. The void is destroyed and the primordial realm is shattered. In the end, the cause of the beginning is just one primordial god being stepped on by another primordial god, Yun Nuashing yawned. He was just describing it like that. If he really wanted to guess what actually happened, he would never be able to guess it in his lifetime. There were countless conditions for what happened and how it happened. Guessing was useless. Well, if you put it that way, you're right. It shook its head, helplessly. The life from the higher ladder was too powerful and indescribable for the life from the lower ladder. Even a small matter would not be the same in the eyes of the life from the lower ladder. The life from the higher ladder just moved a finger casually, and the life from the higher ladder would have to kneel down and surrender to be slaughtered. It was so similar, just like what was happening in the underworld right now. Looking at the crystal shard falling to the ground, the surrounding sludge wriggled back a long distance as if it had seen its natural enemy. It seemed to be afraid of the transparent and colorless crystal. This was an open space where there were no black wraiths. The reason was that the colorless crystal had dissipated all of its energy over a long period of time that was close to eternity. Nothing could be seen. These things are really interesting. They are obviously so afraid of the crystal and your element of annihilation, but they refuse to retreat. Instead, they're hovering around a certain distance, away to watch. When we walk past them, they will crowd together again. It could not help but say as it watched the black sludge retreat and begin to hover around them, things without intelligence are not life. They only have instinctive functions to seek luck and avoid danger. They don't know what fear is at all. It's normal that they have no emotions. Yun Nuashing said, casually. He pulled out the netherworld ruin sword from the ground and waved it, pretending to attack in front of him. However, there was no movement. Whether it was him or the black sludge, there was no movement. Then he really gathered the element of annihilation this time and forcefully waved a sword aura in front of him. The sword aura only shot out 3 to 4 meters before dissipating. However, It caused the black sludge that had gathered in front of him to retreat a few dozen meters. It was too late to dodge. You see, things without intelligence will not dissipate until they see the real element of annihilation. Even if it was a group of small pets or some other life with intelligence, after seeing me do the same thing so many times, they would have a conditioned reflex, Yun Nuashing said as he continued to walk forward. The little angel followed behind him with a strange expression. But I thought that this was a very scary place. It should be filled with endless demons, ghosts, or something else. I didn't expect that there would only be a group of soft, vengeful spirits. Is there really nothing else other than that? It kept looking at its surroundings. There were ghostly hands made of strange energy that were reaching into the real world through the spatial rifts, as well as strange energy that was spreading out from the ground, and more. They were all terrifying and unsettling, like twisted shadows in the dark night, all gathered in this place. That was what it had seen in the shallow dream. But the reality left it dumbfounded. There was only so much. Other than the black ashes and the sludge, there was nothing else. What are these ashes? It carefully picked up a little bit of the black ashes with 2 fingers and looked at Yun Nuashing, who was digging a hole with the Netherworld ruin sword. Yun Nuashing raised his head and looked at the sky. The ashes that burn the sky. Everything that this world once had, including the rules, space, and many other things, had been destroyed countless times. Countless times. The black ashes are the ashes of the dead world core. It is a silent eulogy. The little angel had an expressionless face. All right, she knew for sure that this was something that had once existed in this world that had been destroyed by the gods of origin. Void, time, space, energy, rules, and many more things. Tangible and intangible things had all fused together in a chaotic manner. And after they were destroyed, they became this black ash that filled the entire world. Yep, that's right. This fellow loved to exaggerate and stir up emotions with his words. She would not fall for his tricks. Perhaps even the heart of the world has been destroyed, becoming a part of the dust. Logically speaking, this space should not continue to exist. The core of this space has suffered a destructive blow from the first great deity, and even the space itself has been destroyed. Yet it is still standing here in perfect condition. There's simply something wrong with it. Oh, I can't say that it is in perfect condition. After all, whether it is damaged or not, it is also not a good situation. Yun Nuashing sneered and shook his head. The little angel glanced at him and raised his head to look at the sky. I feel that this matter is not small. Think about it. With the uniqueness and strength of the great gods of origin and the others, how could it be so easy to kill them one by one? Back then, there must have been countless lives that surrounded them. Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes and said, "You're spouting nonsense. When have the powerful first-generation great deities ever done something that would cause them to suffer a loss? Back then, when they slaughtered their way to the front of the great deities, it must have been due to the power of countless lives and countless forces piled up together. The latter and the others never returned, but fortunately they also suffered heavy injuries." He was slightly stunned. Didn't they just give it to them? Not to that extent. There should be something else behind this. That's right. When I saw the murals back then, I felt at first glance that the matter might not be so simple. If the lives of the mortal world took action, then they must have been accomplices. But accomplices are only accomplices. To put it bluntly, they are just a bunch of cannon fodder. The ones who really did the work are lives of the same level as them. He sighed helplessly. He had said this many times, but what exactly did these lives of the same level refer to? What exactly did the great gods of origin who protected the entire great primordial realm encounter? You're asking me. Yun Nuashing stared at him with wide eyes. I've already thought about this question for several decades. How would I know what exactly they encountered? Back then, Purple Knight said that things might not be as simple as imagined. How could the protectors of the great primordial realm fall so easily and so easily? Then, is it possible that they actually fell just to put on a show or something? And then, before he could finish speaking, Yun Nuashing shook his head and denied it. The price is too great. Moreover, what kind of show do they need to put on? Is it related to this world? Is it related to this great primordial realm? What kind of difficulties do they have that they have to show weakness to the enemy or give in? I don't think it's possible. He laughed bitterly. He had already mentioned the possible situation, so he must have thought about this matter himself. However, he felt that it was not very reliable and was not very scientific, so he denied it again. The two people walked to the front of this dark land without any obstructions. They saw a huge mountain formed from a mass of sludge that was at least 10,000 feet tall. The huge body was wriggling like ripples, causing the two people to roll their eyes. They almost threw up the New Year's Eve dinner from 10 years ago. How did this thing grow so big? She could not help but roll her eyes, her beautiful face pale. After a moment, she used her wings to cover her eyes. She felt that it was better not to look. It was too disgusting. Such a huge thing was wriggling in front of her. Yun Nuashing laughed dryly. He was thinking about what to do next. Suddenly he was stunned. He noticed something and stared straight at the mountain-like sludge monster. Then he shuddered violently. Goosebumps appeared on his skin and made his hair stand on end. What's wrong? She was stunned for a moment when she saw his reaction. Although she did not know what he was thinking, she felt an inexplicable chill in her heart. There's something in there. Yun Nuashing said softly. She pointed at the mountain-like sludge. That point almost made the little angel faint. After a long while it came back to its senses. It looked at Yun Nuashing, whose expression had changed drastically and had a determined expression, as if he was facing death with equanimity. Its stomach churned. You're not really going in, are you? It seems to be something that belongs to her, although I'm not sure if it's something that she left behind, or something that belongs to her. Anyway, that thing has her scent. I think. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes and made a retching gesture. She took a deep breath and said in a relaxed tone, "If I don't come back, you can take the Netherworld ruins sword back. Oh, by the way, I still have a small house in China. I remember that I hid something there." The little angel sniffed and looked sad. "Do you want me to inherit it?" "I want you to help me destroy it. It's a little toy that I made back then. I couldn't bear to destroy it, and I couldn't hide it. I didn't even think of throwing it into the pendant. Sigh, it would be so embarrassing if others saw it." The little angel was confused. "Then I'll go." Yun Nuashing smiled and turned around. His long windbreaker fluttered as his aura surged. He strode towards the huge mud block that was the size of a mountain. The mud block did not seem to feel him, or it seemed that it had stopped moving. Yun Nuashing could feel that the breath of the mountain was so weak that it was about to be extinguished. It was probably dying, although he did not know if this kind of thing that looked like a vengeful spirit had the concept of life and death. Phew! Yun Nuashing took a deep breath and stepped into the black mud. His vision suddenly turned black, and his body seemed to have fallen into a swamp. The water was full of suction and also had a strong repelling force. He tried his best to hold his breath. There was only the red, glowing object in his eyes. He reached out his hand. The whole process was too horrible to look at. Anyway, that was what the little angel felt. It was tragic. The lump of sludge was directly blown into powder by the overly irritable Yun Nuashing. When he stepped on the black mud that fell from the sky like a black rain, he walked out with a black face. He was holding a diamond-shaped crystal in his hand, and it was still emitting a bright red light. The destructive power in the light kept coming into contact with the elements of nirvana that emerged from his palm, and it kept being annihilated. Fortunately, the heavenly god of origin had died many years ago. This was just one of her items that was contaminated with energy. However, Yun Nuashing had to use all his strength to resist the destructive power so that it would not be destroyed by the destructive power. "I dug it out," Yun Nuoxing's face was dark with a hint of green. There's only a ball of energy inside. There's nothing else. But it doesn't matter. I have a way to use this crystal to go where we want to go. How do you do it? It asked in surprise. When it saw that he was trying to hold back his vomiting expression, it restrained its surprise. In short, Yun Nuoxing took a deep breath and sat down on the black ground. Damn it. Let me rest for a while. I'm going to throw up. Chapter 1259. The Black Land welcomed a special rain. It was sticky like hail, but much softer than ice. When it fell to the ground, it made patter-patter sounds, like the sound of meat slapping on the ground. That sound made Yun Nuoxing, who was sitting at the side, have another layer of goosebumps, as if he thought of the feeling of crawling into that thing. Being pressed into the toilet was just like this. It seems that the latter is more disgusting. It's better not to discuss this topic. Yun Nuoxing's heart trembled, seeing the expression on how Ren's face changed constantly while he was resting. The little angel couldn't help but roll his eyes. What are you thinking about? Hurry up and recover and leave this place. I don't want to stay in this godforsaken place for even a moment longer. Yun Nuoxing glanced at him and shook his head. It seemed that he wasn't the only one whose expression was changing constantly. It wasn't that he was afraid of this place. Indeed, this place was suspected to be the base camp of the gods of Origin's enemies, and there was still something left in this place. It sounded quite scary, but it wouldn't affect their movements. However, fear was one thing. If it were anyone else, they would be disgusted at the sight of this wriggling mass of unknown black things. Even the gods of Origin had fallen into a sh*T pit when they went out. TSK, let's not talk about this topic. The little angel swung the Nethervoid sword to intimidate the approaching black sludge, forcing it to retreat. However, the non-sentient things turned back after retreating a certain distance. The little angel's pretty face turned pale. If it weren't for the fact that it had become an energy life form, it would have already lost its stomach. It would have been able to talk like a river by now. Don't you feel that these things are becoming more active? Hurry up and do something. The little angel was a little shaken when he saw that the wraiths were getting closer and closer. However, he couldn't really make them retreat with the Nethervoid sword. If he really wanted to kill them, he had no choice but to kill such a large mass of them. This was an unknown territory. If something unexpected happened while he was killing them, they wouldn't be able to survive. Yun Nuoxing came back to his senses and saw that the wraiths were wriggling on the ground. They were very eager to get closer. He pondered for a moment and looked down at the red crystal in his hand. Suddenly he had an idea. He stood up, raised the red crystal high, and waved it left and right. The vengeful spirits that were being expelled by the little angel suddenly arched high into a ball like a jellyfish. Then, as Yun Nuoxing waved the red crystal left and right, it shook its funny body. This scene also stunned the little angel. It turned back and saw that he was holding the crystal, and it suddenly understood. That thing is attractive to them. Yun Nuoxing waved the crystal and observed it for a moment. Then she shook her head and said, "If you say it's an attractive force, I think it should be an instinctive action. They probably want to bury this crystal. Think about it. I noticed this crystal in the body of the vengeful spirit that was as big as a mountain. Before that, you didn't feel any energy fluctuation. Now." He was stunned for a moment. After thinking for a moment, he roughly understood what he meant. Now the crystal was in his hand. It was constantly emitting a terrifying power of destruction. Just a strand of energy could probably, after a little calculation, it was probably enough to destroy everything in the planet-sized area under his feet hundreds of millions of times. Fortunately, he could suppress it a little with the elements of destruction. Suppress? He smiled bitterly and shook his head. How could it be suppressed? Even if the great heavenly god of Origin had passed away, this was still her energy. This energy was enough to cause the entire Yuan realm to shake. Fortunately, The heavenly god of destruction had died. That was why he dared to use his energy to suppress it. Phew! Yun Nuashing slowly breathed a sigh of relief. His hand, which was holding the red crystal, was trembling. He was on the verge of death. It was the same when he took the core of the divine power scepter of the heavenly god of destruction. Today, he even touched her energy directly. He felt that the things he had done were enough for him to jump on the road of reincarnation tens of thousands of times. Forget it, forget it. I'm not going to rest. Yun Nuashing took a deep breath. He raised his hand and let the crystal float in the air. His hands slowly wrote mysterious characters in the air. Following the appearance of those characters, there was a faint rumbling sound. It was as if all the living beings in the universe were saying something in a low voice. The little angel's expression froze, and her gaze became a little more solemn. That was a divine language, and the heavenly god of Origin's power could indeed make it work correctly, or perhaps correctly. However, the last few times she used this power, she had been fine, so it should be fine now. With a wave of his hand, the 12 characters of the god's generation slowly closed up and wrapped around the red crystal. A spell formation slowly rose from under Yun Nuashing's feet. A transparent pillar of light about a meter tall enveloped him. The spell formation under his feet slowly rose along the pillar of light under his control. Come over quickly. The teleportation is about to begin. Yun Nuashing reached out to the little angel and said softly. His right hand was still writing characters of the god's generation in the air. These characters were even more complicated and unimaginable. The little angel quickly came back to its senses and floated back with the Netherruin's sword in hand. Its body flickered as it appeared behind Yun Nuashing. The vengeful spirits, who were no longer intimidated by the Netherruin's sword, also surged toward the crystal in front of the two of them from all directions. After Yun Nuashing finished writing the last character, he looked at the tide of vengeful spirits surging toward them. A wicked smile appeared on his face. He grabbed the last character with his right hand and turned it upside down. The spell formation under his feet also rose to the top of the pillar of light. A ring of light rapidly spread out from the center of the spell formation. The two of them were enveloped in a brilliant red light as they shot toward the sky. As the two of them started to teleport, the remaining Kenzaki runes extinguished one by one. However, one Kenzaki rune remained in place, emitting a moving radiance. A huge amount of energy surged within that rune. The black sludge froze on the spot because it lost its target. It stood there blankly until it saw the rune flickering with a dazzling light. It looked at it blankly as it expanded into an incomparably huge amount of energy. Boom! The roar of energy with the extreme impact of the laws attracted the little angel's attention. He quickly turned around and saw that in the dark galaxy, a black planet had suddenly become abnormally bright. A red and black beam of light containing destructive energy descended from the sky and bombarded the ground. The huge force caused the planet to deviate from its original position. It was as beautiful as the brightest flash in the galaxy. The little angel was slightly stunned. He thought of Yun Nuashing's actions and suddenly realized something. When Yun Nuashing saw him looking at him, he couldn't help but grin and give him a thumbs up. Satisfied. The little angel smiled and nodded. Yes, but this is the Great Void Rift. In this space, is it really okay for you to cause such a huge commotion in this space? The smile on Yun Nuashing's face froze. His stiff expression showed that he had completely forgotten about this matter when he was destroying the planet. Looking at the little angel's half-smile, he said to him jokingly, "What if I cause some trouble?" Yun Nuashing was sweating profusely. He was about to quibble when he suddenly raised his head and pointed forward. "Look, we're here." The little angel rolled its eyes at the person who changed the topic. He didn't want to talk nonsense with him. He turned his head and saw that the abnormal red light was rapidly approaching. It was a very large size, but it was just a halo. When they got closer, the scarlet light instantly became much dimmer. Their vision was not completely filled with the dazzling red. However, in this space that was covered by the red halo, there were many abnormal light spots. They were like the stars in the galaxy, but these light spots were very close and very small. The red starlight that seemed to be extremely far away was actually right in front of their eyes. Moreover, they were really only the size of a little finger. They were like mini stars that were emitting light and heat. Of course, this level of light and heat could not even burn an ordinary person to death. What a small star! Are these the crystallization of the energy of the god of destruction? As he flew past the galaxy, he reached out and grabbed a dim star. He played with it in the palm of his hand and said, Yun Nuashing carefully observed this space. After a moment of silence, he shook his head. It doesn't seem like it. These stars have the aura of real stars. However, they don't have any destructive power. They are so small, it's almost impossible. These are real stars. His expression changed slightly. Yun Nuashing nodded and observed it carefully for a while. He took the dim star from its hand and observed it for a few seconds. He said, I'm afraid these are real. They used to be real, but a huge energy explosion turned them into this. If this is true, then these small stars around us might have been normal stars until the day they met with a disaster. That's right, it was that day. The last scene of that battle was probably when the god of destruction took her last breath. Her powerful and extreme energy caused a series of destruction. Not only did she kill her enemies, but she also changed the things that once existed in this world. Perhaps this was the main reason why this galaxy was so empty. The little angel looked suspiciously at the small glowing marble in his hand. Suddenly, he clenched his fist tightly. After a moment, he felt an explosion in his palm. A faint stinging and burning sensation spread across his palm. He was so frightened that he let out a small cry and hurriedly shook his hand. Yun Nuashing heard the cry and turned around to look at him. Seeing him like this, he could roughly guess what had happened. He shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. I already said that these were real stars. Why did you use so much strength to pinch them? How would I know that they would explode? He shook his hand and said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, I didn't really pinch the sun. How do you know that they would explode? Did you pinch them before? Yun Nuashing fell silent. It seemed that there were not many people in history who were bored enough to deliberately pinch the sun with their hands. Of course, he was one of them. However, he could not say this out loud. Otherwise, he would definitely be laughed at for a long time. He made up his mind and hurriedly looked ahead. He took a light breath and said, Look ahead. It's here, it's here. You're trying to divert our attention again. He shook his head in annoyance. However, he did not argue with him. He raised his head and looked ahead. He was also stunned. The two of them flew through the teleportation channel that was wrapped in red light. The teleportation channel curved like a bridge, and its final destination was in front of them. It was a huge continent that was wrapped in a colorful energy barrier. A continent. It was familiar, but also unfamiliar. The faint sense of familiarity came from the murals they had seen 2 or 3 times. That's right, they were murals that Hui had transformed from the information extracted from the bottom of the Sea of the Gods. One of the murals depicted a battle between 2 huge continents separated by the gods' realm. One of the continents was 40 to 50% similar to the one in front of them. Sure enough, that is where the gods of origin are. That mural is real. Yun Nuashing let out a long sigh. Sweat seeped out of his forehead. He had always been curious as to why the gods' realm had records of that battle. He thought that it was fake, or that the gods' realm had some kind of relationship with that world. Now, it seemed that the gods' realm was probably just one of the many battlefields, and a very important one at that. Then, according to the memories that belong to the eye of the ocean, the last energy explosion should not be too far from the gods' realm. It should be in the same world of light. Therefore, the great void crack had floated out from the center of the 8 elements' realm's void and into the depths of the void where they were now. Of course, this was of no use right now. The most important thing right now was, I think that the colorful barrier might not let us in. I can imagine the 2 of us crashing into it in 20 seconds and turning into pancakes, the little angel said with a trembling voice, pulling back Yun Nuashing's thoughts that had drifted far, far away. When he came back to his senses, he saw a huge, colorful barrier standing in front of him. They were quickly crashing into that barrier, and he could feel a slight pain on his face in advance. Don't you want to think of something? All right, it's too late. After saying that, he felt that it was too late to do anything now. He closed his eyes and hurriedly hugged himself to protect his head so that his face would not be flattened. Yun Nuashing was panicking and trying to think of a solution. When he heard this, he subconsciously held the red crystal in his hand in front of him and hurriedly propped up an energy barrier. It turned out that seeing oneself crashing into something with little time left would indeed cause one to panic. He clearly had many ways to deal with it. Perhaps he could deal with it or deal with it urgently, but in the end, he chose this seemingly terrible method. However, it worked. When they were rapidly approaching the colorful barrier, the red crystal suddenly burst into an unusually bright light. There was a frightening amount of energy surging within it, which made Yun Nuashing almost lose his grip on it. Just when he was about to let go of his hand in pain, a big hole suddenly opened in the barrier in front of him, allowing the 2 people to crash into it. The transmission channel disappeared immediately, and the red crystal with abnormal movements also returned to normal. His eyes crashed into a dark place. Darkness, it was darkness again. Recently, he felt that he had been to too many dark places. The dark void here, and there was also that place just now. Pushing back for a period of time, there was also the Yongdan realm. It felt like he had not seen the sun for a few days. Even though he was a creature of darkness, he still felt uncomfortable in such darkness. There was a soft body that was not warm in his arms, and a soft little hand touched his arm. Then the soft little hand grabbed his arm, and there was no movement. Yun Nuashing sighed. He knew that it was that guy, but he did not pay attention to it. He quietly waited for his eyes to adapt to the pure darkness here. After waiting for a few minutes, there was a faint light in front of his eyes. It was just a faint light. With this faint light, he could see some silhouettes in the distance. He could also see the silhouette of the person in his arms. A ray of light appeared in midair, gradually illuminating this space. The little angel flapped its wings lightly, causing the light to converge slightly. This fake angel seemed to have waited for a few minutes before remembering that it could emit light. The ball of light gradually rose, and a part of it fell off, turning into little light particles that floated in this space, causing this space to become brighter and brighter. The scene in the distance also gradually became clearer. Yun Nuashing raised his head and could see a little more clearly. This was a place that looked like a square. There were 2 rows of pillars that were more than 10 meters in diameter, standing parallel to each other. Those pillars were broken in half, and the broken parts had disappeared. The entire upper half had disappeared. The reason why this place looked like a square was because it was too spacious. In fact, this should be a palace, a temple. Of course, half of it was gone, and only the foundation was left. Oh, and a pile of broken pillars. Here, I remember. It seems to be here, this position, if I remember correctly. Yun Nuashing felt a little familiar with the things around him. He had seen this place before, and if he remembered correctly, he gently turned around and looked behind him. The things here, this angle, this line of sight, when he turned around, his eyes suddenly widened. What appeared in front of him were several flights of stairs and a tattered throne. This was the place where that scene happened in the memory he obtained. Chapter 1260. Yun Nuashing had seen this scene in her diary and in those murals. To him, it was history that had happened in the past. It was the curtain call of that great war. He had only seen it twice, and it was just a quick glance. However, It was hard for him to forget it. He felt that in the memories of these dozens of eras, the only thing that would not be forgotten was probably this scene. Starry sky. That's right, this place was under a starry sky. The continent was shrouded in a layer of energy barrier, which was all its protection. It was simple and straightforward. Yun Nuashing and the little angel stood in this broken temple that was as wide as a square. They were stunned. They stared blankly at the broken throne that was only a dozen meters away from them and was only a few steps away. Exquisite and complicated patterns and some strange and mysterious sculptures could be seen on the armrests and edges of the throne. They might have been several kinds of life forms, or they might have recorded some scenes or something. It was difficult to investigate them now. 1/3 of the upper left corner of the throne had already turned into ashes and scattered on the ground. There were many cracks on the entire throne. Yun Nuashing pulled the little angel a few meters forward and carefully looked at it. She did not dare to step on the steps. It was a throne that flickered with golden light and the colors of the star field. It looked luxurious, but it was restrained and deep. This was probably describing its original appearance. Now, its light had completely dissipated, and its entire body was stained with the grayish-white color of time. A corner of the throne had cracked, and it looked a little miserable. Its former glory had also come to an end with the shattering of this throne. The kami who had once sat on the throne would probably never come back. This place that should have been incomparably glorious, or at least incomparably peaceful, was now all alone in this vanishing star field. It was forever shrouded in endless darkness. Probably no one would remember the beautiful days of this place. Even though this place had become as bad as the world after it was destroyed, Yun Nuashing could still feel that there was still some special aura left in this place. It was special and calming, as if there was a remnant of divine power left in this place. Perhaps it was because Yun Nuashing had been close to that realm for a long time. She could feel that aura as soon as she arrived here. This is the place where the first generation great heavenly deity and the others once resided. The little angels surveyed their surroundings as their golden eyes trembled slightly. This place had become so dilapidated that it was impossible to tell what it used to be. Speaking of which, they had seen many signs of destruction recently. Was it because too many things that had happened in this world that had been buried? There was nothing left of this place that had been completely destroyed. Perhaps there was nothing worth paying attention to except for the broken throne. However, even the throne was probably nothing worth mentioning. After figuring this out, Yun Nuashing couldn't help but feel a little dejected. Originally, she was hoping to get lucky and see if she could find anything in this space that could solve the problem they urgently needed to solve. In the end, nothing good came out of it. This situation was also within her expectations. Even if there was really nothing, she would just treat it as a vacation. Anyway, it wasn't the first time he used this reason to comfort herself. Originally, when she knew that they had entered this void chasm, she came here with the mentality of admiring the ruins. Apart from that, she did indeed have a little bit of ulterior motives. This was probably something that anyone would have. The two people walked around the dilapidated square of the temple and finally returned to the front of the stairs. Yun Nuashing crossed her arms and looked at the throne in a daze. Was that Roth's throne? The throne that the heavenly god of destruction had written about, the god of creation that Violet Knight had mentioned. After being in a daze for about a minute, Yun Nuashing came back to her senses. She saw that there seemed to be some faint traces left behind on the throne that had almost turned gray. Some gold and some red blended together, like the remnants of the dyes that had been splashed and scraped away. They were stuck to the corner of the throne, and also like the marks left behind by something that had dried up. Look at that. Can you see it? At the place where the back of the chair meets the bottom, there's another red and gold mark. The little angel pulled his sleeve and said softly. Yun Nuashing was slightly stunned. You can see it too. That means that it's not an illusion. She glanced at him and mumbled vaguely. She looked at him from afar. It looks a little like something. A dirty mark. Ah, what are you doing? When it saw Yun Nuashing slowly walking up the throne, it let out a small cry of surprise and jumped 2 steps to pull him back. Its outstretched hand was a little stiff, and it hesitated for a moment. In this short period of time, he had already walked to the front of the throne. It gritted its teeth and braced itself to walk forward. It could not help but whisper in his ear, "If something really happens, we will not be able to bear the consequences." I'm just. Yun Nuashing pursed her lips and looked at the mark. She bent down and carefully reached out her hand. "I'm just here to take a look. That looks like dried blood." Bang! As soon as his finger touched the mark, a thunderclap exploded in the depths of his mind. He suddenly felt dizzy, as if the world had been turned upside down in an instant. The roaring sound was like a high-frequency sound wave that constantly reverberated in his mind, shaking his vision until it became blurry. Long, slender, and blurry lines appeared, making him feel as if he was tied to a meteor hammer and swung with all his strength. "Hey, you! And $. The roaring sound was mixed with the sound of something being destroyed. In the gaps of those sounds, he seemed to hear the nervous voice of the little angel. There were 7 or dozens of echoes. It was so loud that his soul was trembling. It was not until a strange soul power surged into his soul and spirit that he felt that the feeling suddenly disappeared. It was like an earthquake that suddenly disappeared in the middle of it. The ground stopped shaking, the buildings stopped collapsing, and time and space stopped in an instant. Ha! Yun Nuashing took a deep breath. He waited until the crazy impact was over before suddenly opening his eyes. His face was covered in sweat. Only then did he realize that he was lying on the ground with his arms and legs spread out. He looked up at a vast and boundless galaxy. The sky was filled with stars that almost lit up the entire starry sky. Ha! Ha! Hiss! Ugh! Yun Nuashing stood up while gasping for air. He subconsciously shook his head that was no longer dizzy. He felt that the stimulation of the dizziness still lingered in his mind. After shaking for a while, he confirmed that he had recovered. What the hell? Hiss! I feel like vomiting. He could not help but complain. He stretched out his hand to touch the side. He thought that he would touch the little angel, but he touched nothing. He staggered and almost fell again. He suddenly turned his head. He did not know when he was left alone in this place. He was stunned for a moment. When he turned around, he saw that he was standing in front of a magnificent temple. The temple's doors were half open. The temple did not have a ceiling. The pillars of the temple, which were tens of meters to tens of meters thick, were shining with divine light. Countless divine runes and complicated patterns were carved on the pillars. They were the only things in this temple. Apart from these pillars, there was nothing else. Rumble. The floor that was glowing with golden light rumbled and shook. It was like an aftershock. The shaking only lasted for a dozen seconds. The brilliance of the divine runes dimmed a little. The colorful barrier that covered the sky flickered slightly. Yun Nuashing reached out to hold on to something beside him to steady himself. When he saw that he was leaning against a pillar of the temple that was shining with divine runes, he was so scared that cold sweat broke out all over his body. Intense flashes of light flashed in the star field, almost tearing a big hole in the void. Endless energy and blazing flames swept through the star field, shooting down the stars as if they were going to pierce through the world. Endless energy storms destroyed the void. The fragments of the void and the fragments of order were like torrential rain pouring down on the entire void. Within the range of his divine soul, every inch of the void was burning with terrifying energy. Oh! Yun Nuashing's face turned pale. He hurriedly withdrew the energy that had spread out. He didn't dare to delve into what those energies were. They were at a level that he couldn't touch at all in his life. The void was filled with thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of auras, each of which could make him feel suffocated. He recalled that he had had such an experience once or twice. In the battle at the end of the Dark Age, every inch and every corner within the range of his perception was filled with the birth and death of energies. The endless energy storms almost turned the 8 elements realm upside down. But now, everything that he sensed was even more terrifying and deadly than that. What the hell happened? Yun Nuashing's hand, which was covering half of his face, clenched tightly, as if he wanted to crush his face. He looked at the shining pillars of this palace, and in his eyes there seemed to be another scene that was gradually overlapping with this place. That ruin, that dilapidated divine palace plaza. He remembered that there were also 2 rows of such divine palace pillars, but there were even more pillars here. The shape of this palace. All right, the one over there was already completely destroyed. How could he still see its former shape? Buzz, buzz, buzz. A strange sound suddenly sounded between heaven and earth. Along with the sound, all the colors of the colorful barrier in the sky rapidly dimmed. It turned gray and pale, leaving only a brilliant red color. The many pillars of the temple in front of him were the same, leaving only red and some black. The gentle aura faded from this temple, as if everything had withered to the end. Yun Nuashing's eyes widened. He felt a chill in his heart. This temple was no longer gentle, nor was it filled with the vitality of spring like before. Now there was only an endless, cold aura of destruction. The divine patterns had all turned red. It was a blinding red, like the color of blood. In the center of that red, there was a deep darkness that spread, enough to drive anyone crazy. The entire continent was drowned in the red, as if it had turned into a red star. The gods who were fighting in the distance were stunned when they noticed the changes here. They were shouting something loudly in a language that Yun Nuashing did not understand. One side was shocked, while the other side was wild with joy. He did not understand those words. It was probably the first language of the mythological era. This time he did not understand at all. There was not even a tenth of it, but now he had a general idea of what he understood. Combined with the scene before him, he had a general idea. From what he remembered, before the great battle, the heavenly destruction god had been sent away by Los to do something. By the time she had rushed back, the battle was already about to end, and she was the only one left. It was as if the many energies that had filled the entire temple just a moment ago were now only the power of destruction. Did he manage to catch that scene when the heavenly gods of origin had fallen? Then next, Yun Nuashing shuddered violently. His scalp and face were numb. There seemed to be something that had led him to this step. However, he did not want to pay attention to that at this moment. He suddenly wanted to go to that place and take a look. He looked around randomly. He did not know where he should go or where the throne was, but he still gritted his teeth and charged forward. He did not care whether he was going in the right direction or not. He kept running toward the depths of the temple. Boom! He knocked open a heavy door with his shoulder. He was panting heavily. The terrifying aura of destruction that permeated this place made it difficult for him to breathe. The scarlet light that was getting thicker and thicker flooded this place. It seemed to be telling him about the mood of the heavenly destruction god. She was furious and manic. Her aura suppressed the place where the scarlet light shone. Everyone could feel the violent aura that had broken through the limit. The temple seemed to be unable to withstand such a violent aura. Several pillars suddenly broke in half and fell to the ground of the temple. The scarlet barrier did not stop others from coming in. He saw that many people were crossing the barrier in the sky and entering the space. They were all heading in the same direction. He took a deep breath, stepped over the huge pillar fragments, and hurried to catch up. He was very anxious. It seemed that something was urging him. It was he who was urging himself. He was a ghost passing through this time and space. No one would notice him, not even the heavenly gods of origin. However, he could feel the unusual feeling in this time and space. It was so real that he felt like he was there. Damn it. Phew. Am I not going to make it in time? Yun Nuashing's breath became heavier and heavier. The aura of destruction almost pressed him to the ground. He could feel the mood of the owner of this aura: sadness, loss, absent-mindedness, and fury that surpassed everything. He could feel all these. That person even wanted to bury the entire 8 elements realm with them at this moment. She was fully capable of doing all this, carelessly wiping away the sweat dripping down from his forehead. Yun Nuashing gasped for air. He placed his palm on the door of the temple and pushed it open. The space in front of him suddenly widened. The walls of the temple disappeared. It was as if he had passed through the temple and arrived at the back garden, the back square. The pillars of the temple were arranged in 2 parallel rows. The scene in front of him overlapped with the ruins of the temple. The door behind him collapsed as he pushed it open. A series of muffled collapsing sounds came from the temple. However, he was not in the mood to care about that. The scene in front of him, he saw the scene that changed the entire Yuan realm. In front of the splendid throne, there was a lonely and thin figure. Only his back could be seen. He thought that he would see such a scene, but he was wrong. What he saw was only an extremely dazzling scarlet ball of light, as well as countless pitch-black chains that covered his entire field of vision. Those pitch-black chains seemed to want to suppress that scarlet ball of light, as if they wanted to suppress it. A person wearing black and green light armor, holding a golden spear, raised his head to the sky and shouted something. His shout seemed to want to tear the entire sky apart. In the surrounding space, there were figures with 7 divine halos standing above their heads. Several people in a group were controlling those gigantic chains that were so huge that they could lock down stars. A silent confrontation? Suddenly, he heard a weak cry of fear from the mouth of the person holding the black chain. His hand trembled slightly. He seemed to be doing something with his life. The chain in his hand immediately surged with light. Specks of starlight surged on the pitch-black surface. It was as if it had fused with a world of light. It contained the aura of countless living beings. Then, let's do this. A voice that sounded like the sound of nature came to his ears. It was cold and emotionless. It made Yun Nuashing feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. He hurriedly raised his head and widened his eyes. The slender figure in the scarlet ball of light stood tall. Balls of light came from the temple behind her, the ground under her feet, and the sky. They gathered towards the scarlet ball of light. Although it was only a glimpse, he definitely saw clearly that those balls of light were not energy. They were God positions, just like those he saw in the true reflection that day. Be buried with me in this world. He heard it clearly. He really heard it this time. His eyes widened. He seemed to remember this scene. The expressions of the people holding the chain and controlling the sea of darkness changed drastically. They seemed to want to retreat from this place. However, the red-black chain that rushed out from the scarlet ball of light kept them in place. An extremely dazzling light burst out from her body like a blood-red star. It was extremely dazzling. Yun Nuashing walked far away against the light. He passed by those people and came to the front of the throne. Under the scarlet star, he raised his head with all his might. He saw the person holding the golden spear, roaring angrily and throwing the spear out. The golden spear penetrated her body with unparalleled power and crashed into the throne beside him. It shattered a third of the throne. The spear also shattered with a sound, leaving behind a pool of golden and red blood. The blood slowly slid down from the top of the throne. Bit by bit, it was engraved on the back of the throne and slowly solidified. The entire space began to shriek. The entire void was mourning and wailing. He heard the crazy roars of the great origin realm. He heard the order shattering. Something in the world was falling apart and was disintegrating on its own. He saw that faint smile of hers. It seemed like she was relieved and helpless. However, he could not see her face clearly at all. Why did he see this smile? Crack! A huge crack pierced through the golden barrier and the purple barrier. It pierced through the land of nothingness and reached the entire great primordial realm. Yun Nuashing could sense the sound of the great primordial realm collapsing. He raised his head and saw a beam of light that was so bright that it could illuminate the entire great primordial realm. It shone everywhere in the world. Yun Nuashing watched the eternal light descend and slowly closed his eyes. So, that energy is the movement of the great samsara. Chapter 1261. Yun Nuashing closed his eyes. The light that shone across the entire great primordial realm was the turbulence in the void, the great samsara. He did not expect that the first time he officially saw the great samsara would be under such circumstances. In an illusion of the past, he could not feel anything. Everything descended very quickly and very quietly. That light, actually, he could faintly see some strange phenomena happening, but they were very blurry. He could not see them clearly, and he could not understand them either. The only thing he could see clearly was that the temple in front of him was slowly collapsing and disappearing like melting snow. The figures holding the black chains also disappeared like a beam of light. Everything collapsed silently. A flame of energy ignited on the continent. It was a change that happened when the light descended. Incomprehensible energy spread to every corner of the star region, towards every part of the void. It was as if there was a blood-red thunderbolt tearing the void apart. The rules began to collapse. Yun Nuashing could feel that with the continuous eruption of her unprecedentedly powerful energy and the descent of the great samsara, he could not tell whether what was happening at this moment was caused by the great samsara or by her. The only thing he could clearly feel was that the rules of the void began to collapse. The void disintegrated inch by inch, exposing a large area of the void. There was a loud rumble. It only took a few seconds for the brilliant white light to truly erupt. An aura that felt like the creation of the world rushed towards him. He could clearly feel the aura of the beginning of the world. That was probably the only aura left in this world after the great samsara. He could no longer feel it. After the white light descended, he immediately lost consciousness. The feeling of the world spinning struck him again, but it was not intense. It was as if his soul had left his body and was being dragged back into his body by a rope. He did not know what he had experienced during his transmigration. It was as if he had floated in the chaotic void for several eras. It was also as if in an instant that feeling of reality surged into his heart again. Wah! Yun Nuashing cried out. He suddenly turned around and sat up, as if he wanted to spit out the shock that he had just experienced. He even quickly patted his chest and face with his hands. What's wrong? Little Angel was also shocked when she saw his shocked expression. She reached out and patted his head. Yun Nuashing shook his head and came out of the chaotic state of nothingness. He was still affected by the environment he was in, but it was not a big problem. It was like a person who had lost all 5 of his senses, suddenly regaining his senses. He looked around and realized that he was still standing in the ruins. He was surrounded by dilapidated temples and countless scars of destruction. Actually, he did not need to look to know that he had returned when he heard its voice. However, what he saw just now made his consciousness a little blurry. There was still a large amount of chaotic information in the depths of his mind. His brain was probably about to be destroyed. Yun Nuashing shook her head for several minutes until the swelling sensation in her head subsided a little. Then, she looked at the throne beside her. The golden and red traces were the only traces left. She had seen the golden red blood flowing down from the top of the throne in the previous illusion. Now the large bloodstain was gone. Only this small trace was left. The rest had been washed away by time. However, he had never thought that one day he would know that it would be under such circumstances. He had never thought that it would happen. Why are you in a daze? You were the same just now. Why did you suddenly faint? Little Angel's voice pulled him back from his daze. Yun Nuashing was slightly stunned. After a moment, he turned around and saw Little Angel looking at him with a puzzled expression. I fainted. Yun Nuashing rubbed his eyebrows and took a deep breath. He caught a glimpse of the golden red mark from the corner of his eye. He touched it with his hand again. However, this time, nothing abnormal happened. His head did not explode with a bang. It seemed that the illusion was a one-time thing. He patted his face and asked, "I fainted just now? How long has it been?" "Not long. Only 4 or 5 minutes." The expression on little Angel's face became a little interesting. She looked at him suspiciously and could not help but frown. "Are you Fongling or quarter moon now? Or you Nuashing or this question of yours, aren't these all me?" Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes. How was he supposed to answer this question? Little Angel breathed a sigh of relief. This sentence was considered an answer. She thought that this guy had returned to the future a few dozen eras later. Then he left someone who should have appeared here to take over the body. Yunuashing tilted his head and saw the change in Little Angel's expression. He could roughly guess what Little Angel was thinking. He shrugged and looked left and right. Then he sat down on the throne. However, he only touched the edge of the throne a little. He did not dare to sit down. "You." Little Angel looked at him, sitting on the throne in shock. She was shocked and instinctively reached out to pull him up. Yun Nuashing saw this and just grinned. He waved his hand and said, "It doesn't matter. I'm just borrowing it to sit for a while. I've just checked. There's no energy left in this place. There's no rule power left. It's fine to sit for a while." After saying that, his expression gradually changed. He whispered, "My legs are weak. I was so scared just now. How can I vent my anger if I don't sit for a while?" Hearing his childish words, the little angel didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She couldn't help but shake her head. Looking carefully at his expression, he was already weak and dispirited, and now he seemed to be even weaker. She didn't know what happened in those short 4 to 5 minutes. Before he woke up, she didn't feel anything wrong with his body. Just now. Hearing Little Angel talk about those 5 minutes, Yun Nuashing sighed bitterly. He spread his hands and said, "I accidentally saw something I felt that I shouldn't have seen. I also experienced something that I've never experienced before. Now I'm physically and mentally exhausted." He slowly told Little Angel about what he saw just now, but halfway through, he felt a slight pain in his head. He still remembered that scene, but when he tried to recall it, he felt a little, weak resistance. It was a resistance born from his soul. It was a slight feeling of discomfort. It was just a weak feeling that did not affect him as he spoke. The little angel's pretty face froze in shock when she heard his words. She opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say. The great samsara, and when the god of destruction fell, when the origin, heavenly gods fell at that time, then those golden red seals, aren't they the god's blood of the god of destruction? From the last scene, it should be correct. It's probably because it's her god's blood. The last scene, it's a little messy. I can't even speak clearly. As Yun Nuashing spoke, he felt that he was talking nonsense. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. After he sorted out his words, he said, "At that time she was very remorseful. She probably left some lingering thoughts or something else. Those things entangled her body, and at the same time, they were branded in her god's blood. Perhaps because of this, she left behind a phantom that allowed me to know what happened at that time. It was also because of this incident that some of his previous doubts were resolved. Not only did he see it with his eyes, but he also felt it with his senses. In addition to the information he had compiled and pieced together over the years, he finally understood. The great samsara, this era is known as the void turbulence. It's the void turbulence that happened 11 eras ago and destroyed the 8 elements realm. If I'm not mistaken, it should have affected the entire great origin realm. That void turbulence wiped out 90% of the 8 elements realm, almost all of the lives there. It restored the void to its most primitive state, which is the state of nothingness before the void was born. I know this. You've told me many times that you're investigating the void turbulence. Not long ago you even... She nodded. Halfway through her sentence, She saw him wave his hand and stopped. Yun Nuashing took a deep breath and said that was actually caused by the god of destruction himself. When she finished speaking, the air instantly froze. He looked up and saw that her entire body was stiff, and even her feathers were standing up. It was as if she had been shocked by too much information and turned into a stone statue. That's what happened. That's what happened. I didn't tell you all at once, because I didn't know how to explain it. After thinking about it for a long time, I felt that it would be better to just say it directly. That's right. Just as you and I didn't expect that spatial turbulence was caused by the heavenly destruction god himself. He probably used this method because he had no other choice. After all, there were so many enemies. Yun Nuashing sighed. Well, it's not completely unacceptable. She put on an expression that was difficult to tell whether she was laughing or crying. She shook her head and ran her jade-like hands through her silver-white hair. After a while, she took a deep breath and said, Then what about the great samsara after that? The heavenly origin god is no longer here, so what's going on? Well, it's the one I told you about not long ago. When I went to the scene this time, I clearly sensed something. When the heavenly origin god and the others fell, the temple changed. At that time, I sensed that there were some loopholes in the laws of the void. It was because of their fall that the void lost something. The great samsara is a phenomenon caused by the loss of the laws of the void due to the fall of the heavenly origin god. Yun Nuashing tilted her head and said, Actually, I don't think that what I said before is wrong. It's just that I think it's more likely that she caused the void turbulence and blew something up which affected something and caused the great samsara after that. The little angel laughed bitterly. What was it? For more specific details, I can only ask them. After all, this is just a rough result of my years of investigation. I don't expect to find a more accurate answer. Yun Nuashing let out a long breath and turned to look at the bloodstain again. She was slightly stunned. She didn't know when, but the last bloodstain had disappeared. It sounds quite complicated, but it's already a fact. There's no point in worrying about it. Compared to investigating the origins and reasons, it's far more useful to know how to survive the great samsara. She shrugged and raised her wings slightly. Then, her golden eyes fell on his hand. She slowly grabbed his hand and said, Compared to that, I'm more concerned about this. How did you get it? Yun Nuashing's eyes fell on his hand and his cheeks twitched. He saw that there was a strange mark on the back of his right hand, a mark that was a mixture of gold and red. It was a mark. He sensed it slightly and didn't feel anything. It seemed like it was just a tattoo. And that mark, why did it look so similar to like he couldn't remember at the moment? As for how he got it, he could roughly guess. It seems like I got it when I touched that bloodstain just now. Yun Nuashing turned it over and looked at it for a while. I just happened to touch it with this hand. Maybe it doesn't mean anything special. I didn't have this thing on me in the future. It will probably disappear after a while. What do you mean by after a while? Her cheeks twitched slightly. This is the bloodstain of the origin, heavenly god, that heavenly god of destruction. You touched it and even got it. Do you really think it will disappear after a while? Maybe. Yun Nuashing's face stiffened, looking at her incomparably serious expression. He couldn't help but laugh bitterly. It won't. It doesn't matter. Let's wait until something happens. It's not the first time I've touched it. Anyway, with my temper, I won't be surprised if something bad happens. I'm glad that this is the mark of the origin, heavenly god. If it was some other strange god who left some strange mark on me, I would have to find out what it was even if I had to destroy myself. She laughed bitterly. Although the name of the origin, heavenly god, sounded very reassuring, they had all fallen for a long time. Touching a mark or something like that at this time really made her feel uneasy. However, since he didn't seem to care, there was nothing for her to worry about. This guy's life was much tougher than a cockroach's. He had died tens of billions of times and reincarnated countless times. since he could still leave his mark in this world after all. There was probably nothing that could trouble him. Although he was smiling, Yun Nuashing tried his best to clearly imprint everything he saw in the illusion in his mind. Then he carefully recalled whether his right hand had touched something that it should not have touched. Saying that it had been stained with blood was just a brainless answer. In fact, he was not very sure himself. It was possible that he had touched something in the illusion. Even if it was just an illusion, it was still the temple of the god of origin. Even if he had crossed time and left something behind because he had touched something, it was still allowed by the rules. Anyway, if something had appeared on his body for no reason, he had long been creeped out. He thought carefully. His hand seemed to have touched something. It was the pillars of the temple, a few doors, and even the ground. When the spear exploded, he even held onto the throne in order to stabilize himself. He held onto the throne. He seemed to have thought of something, and his face suddenly turned pale. It was very likely that the blood of the origin heavenly god had splashed onto him. From his angle and standing position, he was afraid. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but take off his clothes. The little angel was so shocked that her pretty face turned red. She hurriedly covered her eyes with her wings and said angrily, "What are you doing?" Then she was stunned. She widened her eyes in horror. On his snow-white back, there was a large golden-red mark. It was a complete mark, and it was even clearer than the one on the back of his right hand. Listening to her silence, he could also think of something. He couldn't help but sigh. It's over. Another disaster.